Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, my people. My people. I've missed you, my people. Let me see if I have my settings. Sometimes I forget to put them. Okay, I should have it on. I think everybody can hear me. Hello, welcome. I just saw, I didn't see it happen because Lord knows I've been busy and I was tired. And I woke up this morning for a little bit and did a little bit of work. And then I was like, you know what? We're not ready for the world yet. We're not, me and Lucy. So I went back to sleep for a much needed another couple hours. Speaking of which, she's down here. I need to get her something happened with her little lights and I have to get them fixed because now all I have is that weird light. So she and I went back to bed for a little bit and I woke up and I checked and our Amie Harwick stuff has still not posted the stuff from yesterday. So I was like, you know what? I'm ready to be back with my people. There's a new trial starting today. So we're just gonna go with it. And it looks like an interesting one. So I figured let's just jump into it. Today is day one. And then I saw, as I'm getting this right, then I see everything blowing up that they finally got the fugitive. So manhunt is finally over. So that's amazing. I'm glad that they were able to capture him. I saw his little noggin got bumped. He had some issues happening with his face there. His little noggin got bumped. So that's what happens. RA got him. Leave it to RA. RA got him. That's awesome. So I'm definitely going to have to be on the rewatch crew for that. Oh, a dog bit his head. I knew I loved dogs for a reason. Knew I loved them for a reason. So that's awesome. I'll definitely be on the replay crew. See, when it says, so I saw this where RA got him and we're laughing. And then I saw Stacy say dog got him. And I didn't think a dog, I thought Dog the Bounty Hunter. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Dog, because I saw all the stuff on Twitter about how Dog Bounty Hunter wanted in on this action, And so I thought that was a joke. And then I was like, oh, a doggy got him. Oh, a dog bit his head. And oh wait, y'all are serious. So I thought you meant Dog Bounty Hunter. Maybe I should have gone to bed for another hour. No, I shouldn't. I should be right here with y'all. I'm very excited. I did see where they had talked about his sister is going to be deported. I saw bits and pieces of this. Y'all, I will tell you, I have not, I know that everybody has been very, very into this, and I have checked in, on because I always tell you, RA, he's a good friend and he's also my favorite streamer. So I check in on over there every once in a while and just, I make sure I go hit the like button every day. And, so I've been checking in, but I've been working so hard that I haven't had time to actually watch the manhunt or anything that's going on. So I've kind of been relying on just, there's a couple group chats and then I see posts on Twitter and stuff like that. And then I'll pop in every once in a while and, and see if anything happened. So I have not actually got to follow it that much, but this has been I know it's been kind of consuming everybody's lives for the last, however, what are we on, day 748 or something of him being gone? That's what it feels like. So I've missed it all. So I'm really excited. I'll have to go back and watch the actual capture part when we finish here today. So Regina Crawford, thank you so much. So happy to be back. I've been hooked on this manhunt. Miss you and Lucy. It's actually, I think that the manhunt thing and everybody being so hooked on this and that occupying time has possibly been, obviously the manhunt is not a good thing. That's not a good thing. But having this happen during a time when I had other stuff going on was probably a good thing because I know that, I know that y'all were occupied anyway and well taken care of. But I have missed y'all very much, and I'm excited to get back to it. So I'm glad you're back too, Regina Crawford. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. RA is asking about on his live and keeps calling my name. I will tell him that I'm going to have to catch his replay on there. I had, when I was walking Lucy, I was on my phone and I had tuned in for a minute because I went over there to like everything and support. And I saw where, he had been captured and stuff. So I was like, oh yay, excited. But then I got to work again, so I haven't been able to see him. So I'll definitely watch the replay. Kelly, dang it, I didn't restart my sounds. I forgot again. Let me see if I can do it now. Maybe I can. I have fun sounds, Kelly, and it's the best part of, not the best part, but it's one of the best parts of when everybody joins, because then we get to, let's see if it'll do it. Oh, it won't do it. Well, dang. Normally it'll say, did we just become best friends? Yep. But I keep forgetting I keep putting my computer on sleep instead of restart, and I have to restart it for it to do that. So, Kelly, I'm sorry that you didn't get the sound. I try to do it as best as I can. Do we just become best friends? Yep. And then there's a high five. There's everything. I'll just act it out for you. And that's it. So we are glad you're here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming and being a part of our little family. We are glad you are here. But you were already here, weren't you? You've been with us before, haven't you? Oh, maybe you're, I know a lot of the gift memberships expire, but either way, we are glad you are here, still here again, whatever. Just sit down, don't go anywhere. You're here now. This is where you live. All right, let's see. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay. See, now I'm seeing, I'm a little bit behind on chat. So now I see, yes, you were here before. Okay. So I'm not crazy. That's debatable. Jackie D, missed all of you guys, and it's great to have you back, Brady. Yes. Thank you, Jackie D. Thank you for the super chat. And I am so glad to be back. I am really, really excited to be back. It has been, there's been a lot going on, but it's, it's good stuff. So I'm glad to be back though. And I'm like, I've missed as much work as I've been doing on, the podcast and other things. I love, spending time watching trials with y'all, and I'm excited to watch a new one. Gary Reese, new member. Gary Reese, we are glad to have you here. My mama's neighbor in high school was named Gary Reese. Do you know my mama? Do you know my mama, Gary Reese? We're glad you're here. Behemoth Monkey subbed. Thank you so much. Oh, y'all, did y'all see? Y'all, we are getting so close to our 10K party. Let me see. Which is really cool. Oops. I don't know what I just did to my computer. There we go. We are at 9,299. That's crazy, isn't it? We're just growing. So exciting. So we are going to be at our 10K party in no time, which means I actually have to start actually planning it now, which is a little bit scary. White Paint says, morning, everyone. Brandi, I loved the Karen Reed podcast. It was amazingly thorough. Thank you so much. I'm really, really proud of it. It's been a lot of work going into it, and it's going to be something I do every week. So it'll be on top of streaming trials. I'm still going to be here with y'all. I can't be without my besties during the day, but it's going to be something that I work on, and I'm going to do a new episode every week. So so far reviews for it have been great. So that's awesome. Let's see what else we got going on. I'm trying to make sure I see. Hi, everybody. Hello. I've missed you. Oh, I'm seeing all my friends back again. The gang's all here. Yeah, the fugitive has been captured. So back to the trials. And it's actually good timing too, because this one's a little bit nuts. Be Kind Tiger, I did finally get a little bit of sleep. I did. Yesterday, I had to wake up real early, because I had to go all the way out to Pensacola, which is like a little over 2 hours away, to go to the oncologist. So, And then before that, I've been working so much on the podcast. So I've been functioning on like 3 hours of sleep every night. So finally yesterday, I did finally last night get some sleep. So now I'm awake. I'm alert. I took my medicine this morning, my ADD medicine. So hopefully it'll kick in about 20 minutes and we'll be on track. Everything's good. Member for 4 whole months. Loved the Karen Reed podcast. I hope you got some sleep last night. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you loved it. I'm really, really excited to. Hi, Ari. Oh no, he linked the wrong video. That's all right. Hi, Ari. I heard that you and a dog caught the fugitive. They were just telling me about it. I'm gonna have to watch it on the replay crew. I've been I went back to sleep this morning when I woke up because I was exhausted. So I can't wait to watch it on replay crew. I know you've been working hard providing coverage for that. So thank y'all so much for the kind words on the podcast too. It was a lot of work, but I'm really excited to tell the story, tell both sides of the story, and have everybody come and make their own decisions about it. It's such a wild case. And y'all, that first episode is just the beginning. That this thing gets wilder and wilder as it goes. You have no idea. So it's gonna be a fun ride. Linda, new member, welcome, Linda. I don't know what Lucy's doing. She's getting out of the picture because she's just down there messing around. Linda, new member, welcome, welcome. We are glad to have you. Glad to have you. I'm so behind on chat. I'm trying to get hello, everybody coming over from RA. It is nice to have y'all here. Thanks for all your hard work catching fugitives and whatnot. I think I am caught up. Alyssa Kate, it's going to be a wild week for that case too. Yes, there is a hearing on Friday, and I am ready for it. All right, so let's talk a little bit about. My mom was texting me. Let's talk a little bit about this trial that we're about to watch. It started a little while ago, but I'll be honest, I needed that extra hour of sleep, so I was like, you know what, we'll catch up during breaks and stuff. So it started about an hour ago, but so we're going to watch it and catch up. But it's a wild one, y'all. This is oh yay, Amanda H has been I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Has been a member with us for 4 whole months. Happy anniversary, Amanda H. I'm allergic to your anniversary, Amanda H. I'm gonna sneeze. I think it's gone. Jen, thank you so much. Congrats, RA. Tried on your channel. Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. And Sherry Smith, member for 4 whole months. I'm glad the fugitive has been caught. I don't have to bounce back and forth. I know it actually worked out great. It was like great timing because as much as I've had going on, then I finally am like, okay, you know, I'm ready to be back. And it was just in time. Apparently I wake up and see the fugitive has been caught. So it was perfect timing. So, so that's awesome. More anniversaries. I love it. Lauren Farmer, happy 3-month anniversary. I missed you so much. I missed you too. And Michelle Moe, love your channel. I've been here much longer than a month. Yes, you have. You might've been one of the ones that had the expired, and then had to do it. I don't know why it does that, but happy anniversary to you for your 1 month, but you're more than 1 month. Ivan, member for 4 months. Can't believe it's been 4 months. Keep doing. Oh, it moved. Keep doing what you're doing. By the way, where'd you get that shirt? Would love to get the Mrs. One. Keep up the great work. Actually, this is from, what's it called? Shine or Sheen? Sheen? SHEIN. And it was like $7. I'm cheap, y'all. Frugal, not cheap. Frugal. I'm cheap. Michelle Phillips from North Carolina, member for 3 months. Yay, missed my 13th year of friends. We missed you too. I really have missed y'all a lot. So, we're not going to start this again today. She's already whining again today. My shoulder tattoo says she is clothed in strength and dignity. It is. That's a relatively new one. That was a Wild Taco Tuesday that ended up me and one of my friends. She lives here now, but we grew up together in a little town in Georgia, and we went to Taco Tuesday, and then we used to come here for spring break growing up, and we went to Taco Tuesday and then acted like we were just on spring break and, in high school or college again, and ended up going and getting tattoos. But it's something I'd wanted a long time anyway. Hope, member for 1 month. I think it's been longer than a month. Yes. And thank you for the mug. Love it. Oh, I'm good. Oh, yeah, you got it. I'm glad. I'm so glad you got it. That's awesome. And gosh, all these anniversaries. I love it. Debbie's here. Member for 2 months. Love your kindness. Thank you. Thank you. Debbie's here. Let's see. Kim Maynor, member for 3 months. You look so bright and refreshed. I love it here. Oh, yes. I'm telling you, last night, when I ended the stream, I was trying so hard to make it through the intro to Karen Reed stream yesterday to show y'all like the pictures and stuff to kind of give you an idea of what's going on with the podcast. And I will tell you, I could barely keep my eyes open. I could not focus. I was so tired. So when I got off the stream yesterday, I went and laid down, and I laid down in the bed and just relaxed. I played on my phone and stuff for a bit, but I did end up going to bed early, and then woke up this morning and at 6 something, I was like, all right, I'm going to, get some work done. And I did for a minute. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not emotionally prepared for the week yet. And it's Wednesday, and nobody can be grumpy on a Wednesday because it's hump day. So I went back to bed for another hour or so, and it made all the difference. So I do feel bright and refreshed. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you're here. Jamie has been a member for 4 whole months. Happy anniversary to us. Besties. Yes. Best friends forever. Alyssa K, member for 4 months. So happy this manhunt took our schedules into consideration for once. Missed you all. Yes, Alyssa K. Thank you. Yes, it was perfect timing. Absolutely perfect. Lisa Dempsey has been a member for 4 months. I love the first episode of your podcast. Congratulations, Brandi. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that everybody's liking it. I really wanted to do justice to the story, so I'm glad. And happy anniversary, Lisa Dempsey. Tommy Jones, member for 2 months. Hello, Brandi. Missed you and all the family. I have missed y'all too. Look at all these anniversaries. I love it. Look at all of our best friends. All of our best friends. Angelina Knox, member for 3 months. Brandi, mods, and chat family. Good morning. Good morning, Angelina. Erica, member for 4 months. Nothing better than true crime and doggies. Yes. Yes. And this one is not a fugitive hunter, but she did catch a lizard this morning. So there's that. She did not catch a fugitive, but she caught a lizard. So she's so needy today. She was like this yesterday too. Let's see. All right, am I caught? Oh, stop. Member for 4 months. Ha, glad I checked on this. Missed you. Yes, we have missed you too. And happy 4-month anniversary. 4 months has gone by really fast, hasn't it? I'm excited. Oh, hello, Half Hammer. Half Hammer, we're doing another, the trial that we're about to watch is another Massachusetts trial, actually. KD214, member for 4 months. 4 months. Whoop, whoop. Yes, happy anniversary. Oh, my goodness gracious. Let me see. Okay, I think I'm caught up. No, I'm not caught up. CC, member for 3 months. Great to be here with y'all. I am so glad to have you too. And Lucy is a wild game predator. Yes, yes. All right, I am caught up on anniversaries now. Welcome back. Oh, no, I'm not. Not caught up here. Let's see. Oh, I have memberships. Amos gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I cannot see who they went to. It has moved, and I'm sorry. I've failed miserably at that. But thank you, Amos, for gifting 5 memberships. And let's see. Deborah Kaiser gifted 5 memberships. Am I saying that right, Deborah? Is it Kaiser? I think it's Kaiser. And Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel like this is the longest that we've spent saying good morning, but also I kind of had a feeling that would happen because I've been gone. So that's why I started the stream a little bit early, just in case, because I had a feeling that we were going to need some time to just be friends and get together and talk and chat and be excited. Whoa. And our subs just jumped up from what I say it was 9,299 a minute ago. And now it's at 9,393. So we're inching closer to 10K mark, which is so exciting. And Melissa Ann gifted a membership. Melissa Ann, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. Thank you. All this love, all these new friends. I'm so happy to be back with y'all. I really am. I really am. I've been having trial withdrawals. I know I have too, as much as I've really enjoyed working on the Karen Reed stuff. And that's going to be something that we continue to work on and continue to do. And I'll do, a stream on that to kind of correlate with the podcast every week. I have missed our live trials and everything. So I'm excited. So speaking of the live trials, let me tell you a little bit about what we, Gail Pett says, inching closer to Brandi clogging. I keep thinking y'all are going to forget about that, but you're not going to forget about it. It's okay. So this is what we're starting today. I did look for the video footage because they were finally back in trial yesterday for Amie, Harwick, Dr. Amie Harwick, but they had not released the video this morning and I was tired of waiting. I'm ready to get on with our lives and get on with stuff. So we are moving on. So, and if they release it, then we can take a look at it. I can at least, we can at least do highlights of it if we don't, have time to watch the whole thing or whatever. But, it's just been that one's been with them being on hold for COVID, and then they were finally back yesterday, and now they're not releasing the video. It's just too much. So we are starting something else today. It's day one of this trial. So this is what the article says, and I'm going into this one not knowing anything about it other than what I've just seen in this article, but it sounded interesting. So Massachusetts, and this is Boston area, and I also wanted to take a look at this because I'm like, the podcast I've been working on is Boston, and I'm going to start working on my Boston accent. I don't know if y'all noticed that for those of you who listened to the podcast, but I get like people that tell me that I sound uneducated or I sound like like I don't know what I'm talking about when my Southern twang comes out too much. And that used to really bother me. So I would like make it a point to, try to tone it down some. And I don't really do that. I don't really try to tone it down too much anymore. But I did on the first podcast because I'm like, if they, if they hear me, in the Boston area and my accent is too thick, then they're not going to be able to understand what I'm saying. So I was like, let me just try to tone it down just a little bit and see. So, and on stream one day, I remember we were talking about accents and somebody was trying to help me with a Boston accent. And this is before I started covering Karen Reed. And I was not, I failed miserably. I cannot do I'm not good with accents at all. I failed miserably at all of them that I tried. So that's okay. But now we are back in Boston. All kinds of stuff happening in Boston, I guess. A Massachusetts woman's trial is underway today for the fourth time for the murder of her wife. So Cara Rintala is accused in the death of Anna Marie, I think it's Cochran Rintala, who was found beaten and strangled in the basement of the couple's Granby home on March 29th, 2010. So y'all, this is the fourth time she's been tried for this, and this happened in 2010. First responders found Cara sobbing and cradling Anna Marie's bloodied body. Both were covered in white paint. Anna Marie and Cara were both paramedics. According to the medical examiner's ruling, Anna Marie died of manual strangulation. Cara maintains that she was running errands with the couple's 2-year-old daughter and arrived home to find her wife dead. Prosecutors allege Cara fatally strangled Anna Marie before staging the scene to look like an accident occurred. They say that she ran errands to establish an alibi and even sent Anna Marie a series of texts that went unanswered in order to fuel her narrative. Cara's first trial in 2013 and second trial in 2014 ended in mistrials because the deadlocked juries could not reach a unanimous verdict. So the first two trials, both deadlocked juries. Which is crazy. And her third trial in 2016, Cara was convicted of Anna Marie's murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. That conviction, however, was overturned by Massachusetts highest court, which stated that a witness for the prosecution who testified about paint evidence found at the scene, quote, lacked the necessary expertise. Britta, happy 3-month anniversary. 3 months with this wonderful crew, another good place to hang out. Whoop, whoop. It's like the cool place to be. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss that. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so this is let's see. So they overturned it because they said that the paint expert lacked the necessary expertise, which is strange because that's normally something that they establish, when they're going into this. All right, so the witness was a paint quality engineer who told the jury that paint discovered on and near Anna Marie's body was still fresh. Medical expert, that's such a weird expert to, like, we all joke about how, like, we could be, called up as Celebrite experts or ballistic experts, from as much as we watch trials and as much as we see all this stuff going on. But a paint expert, I have not been qualified in any of the previous trials I've covered as a paint expert. So there's that. So the witness was a paint quality engineer who told the jury that paint discovered on and near Anna Marie's body was still fresh. Medical experts, in the meantime, had testified that Anna Marie's deceased body had been in the basement for up to 8 hours. Prosecutors argued that Cara herself had contaminated the crime scene with the paint. Red Pen, member for 4 months. Thank you so much, Red Pen. I'm glad you're here. Happy anniversary. All right, so let's see. Upon announcing their decision to overturn the case, the High Court stated that the paint quality engineer's testimony, quote, lacked the requisite reliability and therefore should not have been admitted. And because it was significant and likely swayed the jury's verdict, we conclude that the error was prejudicial and we therefore vacate the judgment against the defendant. Happy anniversary, Tammy L. First of many, thank you, Brandi. You were so groovy. Thank you. Makes me happy. Happy anniversary. We're glad to have you here. So this guy's job basically specializing in literally in watching paint dry. Yes, that's his expert. All right. So the paint expert also testified that Cara had poured ceiling paint over the crime scene with a 4-hour window of the time emergency responders took photos of the scene. Cara, now 56, has been free on bail since November 2021, and she has been living with family in Rhode Island, where she is subjected to a curfew and GPS monitoring. Jury selection is currently underway. Well, it's not underway now; it's starting. But so that's what we're going into. 4th trial. So, isn't that wild? So the first 2 were the deadlock juries, and then the 3rd was a conviction that was then overturned because their paint expert wasn't a paint expert. So crazy, huh? So that's what we're about to watch. So today is day 1. Let me get it pulled up. Hopefully we have good audio. Hopefully. All right, present, share screen. Whoa, I have so many tabs open. It's all right. It's all right. All righty. Let's get this party started. All right, ready? Day 1. Let's see what we got. Oh, they faked us out. Try to see when they act. Thank you, Sandra Oliver. I did. I finally got some rest again. Oh yeah, I can bring a beach cam. I had my laptop in my bed where I was working, but I can put it up in the window in just a minute. Twitter, yes, I would read Twitter. Let's see. Oh, I missed stuff. Lisa Dempsey gifted a membership. Lynn in South Carolina gifted 5 memberships. Nurse for God gifted. I'm sorry I missed y'all. I was trying to get everybody and I missed it. So thank you, Lisa Dempsey, Lynn in SC. And Nurse for God. Thank y'all so much. It's raining memberships. Y'all are the best. P.I. Lisa, member for 3 months. Happy anniversary. So happy to be here. You've been missed, Brandi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have missed y'all too. Yes, this is the 4th trial. Oh. I might have to swap to YouTube always does this on Chrome for me for some reason. Hold on, let me get to there we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. Hello.
So when we broke, and I know that was for some of you last week, for some of you this week, I instructed you not to discuss this case with anyone, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this trial, to refrain from any sort of outside research or investigation, and to avoid any media account concerning this case. So my question now is whether any one of you had any difficulty following any of those instructions, and if you did,
all right, we're going to do
something that you wish to
jury stuff at 1.25
along those lines, please raise your hand.
I'll set up beach cam real quick. How many likes are we at?
See no response. Now, there's one other thing that I'd like to bring to your attention. You may notice that some of us are wearing masks. Some of you met with us without masks. Some of you met with us wearing masks. The reason that we wore masks on certain days and not others is because one of the jurors that we spoke to in this courtroom on Thursday tested positive for COVID on Saturday. And so those of us who were sitting at the table, close enough to be potentially exposed, took tests and have been wearing masks. The defendant, one of the attorneys, was far enough away that my order in that regard did not apply to them, just so you know. Again, we took tests. We were all negative. The jurors who were potentially exposed also were asked to take tests and wear masks. They did so, and they've informed us that they were all negative. Everyone feels fine. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention because we're about to swear you in. And so if there's any concern that you have about serving on this jury that has arisen between the time that I spoke or that we spoke to you and now, or something that you simply forgot to mention, now is the time to raise that concern. So if there's anything in addition that you would like to talk to me about before we swear you in, I would just ask that you raise your hand now. All right, I see no response. I'd like to speak to juror number 17 at sidebar, the attorneys.
Sidebar. Oh, there's 561 people waiting in the stream for tonight. I see that now. Let me see if I can fix that.
Members of the jury, please stand and raise your right hands to be sworn. You shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, I will now read the indictment for which the defendant is charged. Hampshire Superior Court Indictment 1180 CR 0128, Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala. Indictment, murder, General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 1. At the Superior Court, begun in Holden and Northampton, within and for the County of Hampshire, for the transaction of criminal business on the third Tuesday of October in the year 2011, the grand jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Cara L. Rintala of Brandi in the County of Hampshire, on or about the 29th day of March in the year 2010 at Brandi in the County of Hampshire, did assault and beat Anna Marie Rintala with intent to murder her.
Hold on, I'm going to go back to normal for this part.
And by such assault and beating, did murder said person. A true bill, Brandi L. Clare, foreperson, Stephen E. Gagney, First Assistant District Attorney. To this indictment, members of the jury, the defendant has pleaded not guilty, and for trial has put herself upon the country, which country you are. You are now sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right. We should have addressed this before we swore them in, but is the Commonwealth satisfied with this jury?
Yes, Your Honor, we are. Thank you.
All right, hold on. I was trying to use this one because it doesn't do the little swirly thing, but I might have to go back to the other ones so that I can boost the audio. We're going to get it together. Let's see. All right, let's see if this helps.
With the trial itself, with your ability to hear what is happening, to evaluate witnesses, etc., the attorneys who fall within my order will be permitted to remove their masks in order to speak to you, because they will be speaking to you at a safe distance. I will be removing my mask when I speak to you, again, because of the distance. The attorneys may also remove their mask in order to speak to the witnesses. Again, because none of these are conversations that are occurring in close quarters. And so just so you understand, when you see attorneys removing their masks, I have permitted that, and that is the reason why. All right, members of the jury, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology you may encounter during this trial. These comments are not intended to substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the trial. This is the trial of a criminal case. The defendant is charged in an indictment with the crime that has just been formally read to you. It is important that you understand that the duty of the grand jury, which renders the indictment for a particular charge, is only to determine whether a person should stand trial for that charge. The grand jury is simply an inquiring and an accusatory body. It is not a jury that determines whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proving each element of its case beyond a reasonable doubt. That decision is made by a jury that is selected and seated at the trial of the person accused of the crime. That is a decision to be made by you as a jury and you alone. Now, in any criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless she is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the prosecutor, whom we refer to in court as the Commonwealth, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of the trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the offense with which she is charged. Now, as to the procedure we will follow, first, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and for the defendant will have an opportunity to present opening statements. Defense counsel may defer making an opening statement until after the Commonwealth's case, or she may choose not to make an opening statement at all, which is the defendant's right. Opening statements are like roadmaps of what the attorneys expect will lie in the road ahead. Counsel are not permitted to argue their case to you during their opening statements, and you must not consider anything said in an opening statement as evidence because it is not evidence. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charge. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to do so, but she is not obliged to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They are merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the attorney's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. Now, let me speak briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It is also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you. Now, it is not up to me to evaluate the credibility of the witnesses who will testify or decide what weight to give any evidence introduced. Nor is it up to me to decide ultimately whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That is your role, not mine. It is up to you to determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness tells you, part of what a witness tells you, or none of what a witness tells you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So, how do you go about performing this extremely important task? Well, first and foremost, you should strive to be fair and impartial. Listen carefully to all the evidence before you decide the case, which can be difficult because in many respects it is contrary to human nature not to rush to judgment. Second, the case must not be decided arbitrarily because you like or dislike someone or based upon race, ethnicity, age, or such other characteristic. Third, it is essential that your deliberations and verdict be based upon the facts as you determine those facts to be in the law as I instructed. This is the foundation of our jury system. Now, as I have said, you must decide this case solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom. This will include the sworn testimony of witnesses. It may also include any exhibits that I admit in evidence, any facts which I tell you have been agreed to by both sides, and any facts which I indicate that you may take to be a matter of common knowledge. Questions to witnesses,
Me too.
no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers which you receive from the witness or witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the attorneys or I refer to some part of the evidence at some point during the trial in a way that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your recollection, your collective recollection, which you are to follow in your deliberations.
I love jury questions too.
Now, during the trial, the attorneys may object to questions or statements that they believe may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. This is their responsibility, and you should not look in a negative way upon a lawyer who makes such objections. At times, I may address the attorneys at sidebar, which is just to my right, to discuss such objections. Sidebar conferences, which occur outside of your hearing, are not intended to keep secrets from you, but rather to allow the attorneys a bit more time to argue their points so that I may rule on what you may ultimately consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question, the term often used by us is sustained. You are to disregard that question, and you are not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will permit the witness to answer, and you may consider that answer, but you are not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Members of the jury, in this case, I will allow you to take notes. Any juror who wishes to take notes during the trial may do so once the evidence begins. Notebooks and pencils will be provided to you. The notebooks will be collected each day, kept locked up and confidential, and destroyed at the end of the trial. You are not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, especially if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, etc. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although these proceedings are recorded, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion of the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what that witness says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of the witness's credibility. Do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence.
Me too.
Members of the jury, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair. I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we are not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias,
Thank you, Sandy.
that is what I'm talking about. The judges have the same problem, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to any decisions. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or a hidden bias. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before that. Third, you should listen carefully and closely to all the witnesses.
Thank you, Lexi.
That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law, instead upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group.
Do y'all want to do this part at 1.2?
Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people involved were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Are we ready to proceed with opening statements? Are you using a podium?
I really are. I can use this one right here.
The court officer could just move that into place.
I'll slow down for the actual opening statements because this is kind of setting the tone for everything we're going to be hearing.
Okay.
The voir dire is where they get to decide who's an expert and who's not, which is how the other case got overturned, or the other conviction got overturned, which is why they're trying it again, because their paint expert, they said, wasn't qualified to be a paint expert.
Why don't we take a break and see if we can resolve it? I'm sorry, members of the jury.
Morning.
We're having some technical difficulty with one of these microphones. You may recall these microphones. So we're just going to take a quick break to resolve that, and we'll have you come right back in.
See, with all their breaks, we're already catching up.
After that arrest, the man had got
Oh, great. We're going to have audio issues. They have audio issues. But we'll do what we can.
this event set a tone. Again, months later, on the night of Anna Marie's killing, in her interview with the state police, the defendant references this time frame. She says she was bamboozled by Ann, that Ann had got there first, that Ann had committed an act of violence towards her in the house. But she's the one that ended up charged. She's the one that ended up with a restraining order against her. Ann got the upper hand, and it was something the defendant would never forget. You'll hear that after that arrest, the hostility and the issues continued. Nothing changed. According to the defendant's word, the same problems were still there. By late spring of 2009, the two had made a decision, both of them, that the relationship was over. They could continue no more. And they both filed for divorce. But they took two different paths. The defendant filed divorce paperwork first, but she did not have Ann serve with that divorce paperwork. Her plan was to try to do it amicably, to hire a single attorney, and to come to agreements. Anna Marie, had different ideas. And before the defendant could serve Ann with the paperwork, she filed her own paperwork at court. She asked for the house, she asked for custody of Brianna, and she asked for spousal and child support. And on May 26, 2009, a sheriff arrived at the home of 18 Barton Street, which is where Anna Marie and the defendant lived together with Brianna, and served Cara the papers of this divorce, of what Ann was asking for in this divorce filing. Within hours of that, a 911 call came from the house. the defendant was calling 911. You're gonna have an opportunity to hear that 911 call. It's approximately 4 or 5 minutes in length. And I'd ask you to pay very particular attention to it. I would suggest that that 911 call is a peek into the life of the defendant and Anna Marie Rintala, of what was going on with them, and particularly the defendant's state of mind, her response to these issues. You will hear wild mood swings. You will hear her pleading for help, going into hysteria. You can see from this 911 call how quickly the smallest of things in this relationship can make things spiral completely out of control. This 911 call triggered a police response to the home. The police arrived at the home, they spoke with the defendant, and they spoke with Anna Marie. And after the police were there, the two of them got in their own cars and immediately went to the Eastern Hampshire District Court in Belchertown seeking restraining orders. The defendant seeking a restraining order against Anna Marie, and Anna Marie seeking a restraining order against the defendant. And you'll have an opportunity to hear the court recording of that restraining order hearing, the words of the defendant, the words of Anna Marie, very importantly, the words of the judge. You'll hear that both of them sought restraining orders against the other to force the other one out of the home so they could stay there, and for custody of Brianna. Both cross asking for that, making that request to the judge, and the judge heard both of them in the same hearing. You'll hear the defendant in this hearing say, "I have reached all that I can take."
See, that's what I hate about the phone.
She's emotional.
We either have good audio or this happens.
And she asked the court to make Anne leave, saying, "I cannot live in this house with her anymore." But the judge, after hearing from both of them, did not give them what they wanted. He didn't give either one of them what they wanted. They ended up with only something called a no abuse order, which is simply an order not to abuse one another. He refused to force either one of them out of the home. He refused to grant custody to either one of them, and told them in no uncertain terms, "Go back to your house, figure it out, and if you come back here, I'm going to call Child Protective Services and your daughter will be taken away from you." That's what they heard. And I would suggest the evidence will prove that they heard that loud and clear. Because although there had been multiple 911 calls before that, there have been multiple restraining orders, multiple things that occurred that they were reporting out to what had happened. On May 26, 2009, all of that stopped. The evidence will show they weren't going to risk what the judge had threatened. And instead, they went home to do what they'd already said they couldn't do, which is figure it out themselves. In the ensuing months after that, for about the next 7 months or so leading up to Anne's death, the divorce proceedings that I told you about earlier proceeded in court. There was a back and forth, there were many court dates. Anne moved out of the house, they were separated. Anne established her own residence away from the defendant. They were working on co-parenting with one another.
Oh.
On Christmas Eve, the holidays that year, they made an attempt to reconcile. And they signed paperwork voluntarily dismissing the divorce proceedings on Christmas Eve, 2009, 3 months before Anna Marie's death. But the evidence will show that despite that effort on Christmas Eve to try to stay together, to try to work it out, that those efforts were completely futile. All the issues that they had had for years were unresolved. They had not gone away. And all the same issues were still present. A couple of months later, weeks before Anne's death, they went on a cruise down in Florida with Brianna. And before that cruise, they visited Anne's aunt, Aunt Nancy Kaufman, who you'll hear from during the course of this trial. Trying to make it better, trying to put on a happy face, trying to stay together on this cruise. But you'll hear from Nancy Kaufman that the issues were still there. And on that trip, she heard the defendant say, "I want a divorce." All those things they were facing before the end of their relationship, the division of debt, child custody disputes were all back on the table. weeks before Anna Marie's murder. On March 28, 2010, which was the night before Anna Marie was killed, Anna Marie went to a shift as a paramedic and a firefighter. It started at 8 p.m. It was an overnight shift. When that happened, the defendant had a friend of hers, Mike Cieranowski, over at the house. Anne did not know about that, and she was not happy about it. The defendant will describe in her interview that it was a big source of contention, who they would socialize with outside of one another. And Anne that night was, quote, so mad. But you won't just have to take her word for it. You will see phone contact between the two of them while Anne is at work and Cara has this friend over at the house. You'll see the text messages that are sent between the two of them during that time frame. You will see the hostility, you will see the anger, you will see all the things that I'm talking about. You'll see that Anne, in those text messages, hours before she was killed, said to the defendant, I hate the relationship we have. I hate how I feel. I'm going to leave. When Anne ended her shift at 8 a.m. the next morning on the day of her murder, March 29, 2010, she went home, and that argument that had been happening over text messages and phone calls and voicemails the night before was still there, still in the house at 18 Barton Street between the two of them. Additionally, you'll see phone activity of Anne during that time frame, between 8 a.m. approximately in the morning when she got home, and 12:21 p.m., right after noon that particular day. You'll see that Anne was a regular user of her cell phone, and on that day, she was regularly using her cell phone that morning. You'll see that between those 4 hours or so, between phone calls, between text messages, between pictures she was taking and sending to others, she used her phone approximately 40 times within that 4-hour period. At 12:21, Anne made her last outgoing call on her phone. She happened to call her aunt, Nancy Kaufman, that I told you about earlier, that she's very close with. Nancy did not answer. She didn't leave a voicemail. But the phone shows that was her last outgoing activity on her phone. Her phone is silent from that point. At that same time, someone else's phone is also silent, and that's the phone of the defendant. From 12:21 until approximately 5 p.m. that evening, approximately 4.5 hours, the defendant also has no outgoing phone activity on her phone. She actually misses a couple of calls that come into her phone that she does not answer. And Anne also misses a text that comes in at 1:53 that shows later on her phone is unread. A text she would normally reply to and look at that she did not that day. The evidence will show that the reason for the silence and the reason Anne last used her phone at 12:21 p.m. that day is because shortly after 12:21, the defendant killed her. The argument that had been going on all night, the argument that continued in the house when they were there the next morning, it found its way to the top of the basement stairs. And you'll see and hear that the top of the basement stairs also happens to be a couple of feet away from the exterior entrance, the side door of the home. That was the regular entrance used, just feet away from one another. And in the defendant's words, they were still tit for tat at the doorway. The evidence will show that in that area at the top of a set of very steep basement stairs, the argument's still going on. That argument found its way down those stairs and ended at the base of those stairs on a cold cement floor with Anne bloody, with her being hurt, with her being bruised. And this argument was the argument to end all arguments between them. At this point, with Anne and her condition of the things that have been said, of the things that they knew that had happened in their past, the evidence will show that things had gone too far, gone further than ever gone before. In the defendant's mind, there was no turning back. She put her hands around Anne Marie's neck and she strangled her until she was dead. After she killed Anne Marie, the evidence will show that the defendant engaged in a lengthy scheme to conceal the crime that she had just committed to misdirect the investigation in this case, and to avoid the police from discovering what she had done. It started with her attempt to alter the crime scene. The evidence will show that the defendant engaged in an attempt to clean up the basement area where Anna Marie had been killed. When the police ultimately arrived later that night and forensic scientists from the lab and crime scene technicians arrived, they saw very clearly that there was a significant amount of blood around Anna Marie's body. You'll see and hear evidence that she had significant gashes to her head, the sides and the back of her head, down to the skull, that caused a significant amount of blood at the scene, much of which was still visible when the responders got there. However, they're also trained to look for blood that's not there anymore, that you can't see with the naked eye, and they have tools to be able to do that. You'll hear evidence that these crime scene technicians apply a substance called crystal violet, also known as LCV. It's a chemical applied that reacts when it touches or hits blood. That can no longer be seen, but which is still there. And you'll hear that when they apply this LCV throughout the basement, it lit right up. The whole basement, bright blue and purple, all around Anna Marie's body. In parts where blood was visible, but also in parts where blood was no longer visible. You'll have an opportunity to see and hear testimony from a member of the crime scene technician services, wipes and swipes and smears and movement within that blood that's no longer visible to the naked eye. In areas where there's blood that's later determined through DNA analysis to belong to Anna Marie. So you will hear that there was an attempt to clean up the basement. You'll also hear, in terms of the crime scene itself, evidence that will establish an attempt to stage a break-in, to make it look like someone broke into the house and must have killed Anna Marie. You'll have an opportunity to see the door jamb and the door on that exterior door that I talked about. That's just a couple of feet from the top of that basement stairs. And you'll hear and see evidence of hack marks that are in the door jamb of that door, on the side frame of the door. What I mean by that is crescent-shaped hack marks where the wood is cut out and there are wood chips on the threshold of the door immediately below it. You'll have the opportunity to see a shovel that was used to create those marks, a shovel that belonged to the Rintala residence, that had white paint residue that's consistent with the paint residue from the door jamb. And you'll see those marks. But what you won't see, ladies and gentlemen, is damage to the door itself.
2010.
In other words, you won't see any hack marks or movement or chips off of the door on the actual plane of the door itself. You'll see there's a large pane of glass on that door next to the doorknob, which is unaltered, not damaged in any way. And the doorknob was still intact and it could still lock. It still worked. The evidence will show you, based on the angle of those marks that I'm talking about and the evidence of the door, that those hack marks were done with the door open. That's why they appeared that way. That's why the door was not actually damaged. An attempt to stage the scene to make look like a break-in. Now, after the defendant altered the crime scene, you will hear evidence that she left. She got out of the house. She took Brianna, who was still in the house with them, and left. And the evidence will show that this was an attempt to create an alibi, to be somewhere else that day, on the day that Anne was killed. At approximately 5 p.m. that evening, you'll see the defendant pop up on various surveillance videos at places around the area. The Holyoke Mall, Stop and Shop, Burger King, pass through at McDonald's. And you'll see her and Brianna on these surveillance videos. You'll also see quick trips at these places and small purchases. Purchases of $1.50 here, $7 here, receipts kept, receipts put into her truck for these purchases, $14 of groceries at Stop and Shop, all within this time frame. You'll also hear within that same time frame, and I'm talking about the time frame of 5 to 7 p.m. because Anna Marie is discovered shortly after 7 p.m. that night. So those 2 hours that she's out of the house. You'll also hear evidence of an attempt to create a digital alibi. What I mean by that is her calling and her texting incessantly Anna Marie's cell phone, which, as I indicated earlier to you, is obviously not being answered or responded to these text messages. These voicemails you'll have an opportunity to hear. You'll hear at least four voicemails over that period of time. You'll see the text messages that she sends her. Now, you'll also hear that in her interview with the state police, the defendant says that the reason she left the house that day was so that Anna Marie could sleep. She worked an overnight shift the night before, and she was due to work another overnight shift starting at 8 p.m. that night. So this was her time to get her nights of rest in. But despite that, even though they left so Anna Marie could sleep, you will see her calling, her texting, why aren't you picking up, and leaving on these voicemails all the places she's going, all the things she's buying on these long voicemails to Anna Marie. The evidence will establish this is an attempt to create the impression she has no idea Anna Marie is dead and to be somewhere else. You'll also hear that as she was driving around, evidence that she disposed of items. That McDonald's that I talked to you about earlier, where there's a surveillance video, she tells the state police about going to McDonald's. She says that she went into the McDonald's, made a different choice about not buying food there, and decided to go somewhere else. So didn't go into the store, and didn't go to the drive-thru at McDonald's. But what she fails to tell the state police, that they find out whenever they pull the video, is that when she goes into that parking lot at McDonald's, she goes by multiple trash cans in the parking lot, all the way to the back exterior trash can at the furthest most corner of the McDonald's parking lot. Pouring down rain, and in the pouring down rain, she exits her truck, walks over to that trash can, and goes back into her car and leaves. Something she didn't tell the state police about. When they go to that trash can, they find 3 rags, consistent with types of rags that are used for cleaning. Cut out pieces of fabric, and particularly a pink cloth diaper, an old pink cloth diaper that would be used for a baby. The same type of pink cloth diaper that's located under the sink at 18 Barton Street in the kitchen, among a bunch of other rags. You'll also see surveillance video, as I said, from these places, the fact that she's driving an open bed truck. In the back of that truck, you will see in surveillance video larger items that are moving around within the back of that truck, including up until less than a half an hour before she arrived home on the surveillance video. But by the time she drives home, those items are no longer there. And she didn't tell the state police about it. By 7 p.m. that night, she's now done what she wants to do. The evidence will show she's altered the scene, she's created her alibi, she's disposed of items, and she has to go home. She has a baby, it's time to go home and to initiate a police response to the house. And she doesn't do that by going into the house, using her cell phone, calling 911. What she does instead is she scoops up her daughter, Brianna, the dog, the family dog that lives at this house, and she runs over to the neighbor's house, the Dupuy residence at 20 Barton Street, the next door neighbor. She gives them some cryptic message to them saying, Anne's in the basement, call 911, which she does, and then she goes back to the house. The evidence will show that in a last-ditch effort in those moments to contaminate that crime scene, to eliminate whatever forensic evidence continues to be around Anne Marie's body, she dumped a 5-gallon bucket of paint all over Anne's body, all around Anne's body. She then got herself under Anne's body, rolled Anne's body up on top of her, got herself in all the blood and paint, and waited. Shortly after that 911 call was made by the neighbors, the police and the paramedics arrived at the scene. They find the defendant underneath Anne's body. They see her crying. She's yelling, Anne is dead. She says she can't get out from Anne's body, even though she got under her body on her own. And they assist her in doing that. And they get her out, and they move her upstairs. And the evidence will show that one of the first people she talks to that night is Officer Gary Polder of the Granby Police Department within that home. And he asks her several questions. What's going on? What happened today? And in that conversation, the evidence will show the defendant made a critical mistake. He asked her, "What time did you leave the house? When's the last time you saw Anne alive?" And she says, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. The reason that that is a significant piece of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, is that although the paint that was there is fresh, it's wet, you'll hear the first responders, you'll see the footprints that they left in that wet paint.
I'm sorry, did you want to be heard?
Yeah.
Kevin, we are playing catch up a little bit. We are still about 45 minutes behind, but with their breaks, we should catch up pretty soon.
They found the defendant underneath the body of Anna Marie.
I don't want to miss anything. All right. Oh, where are our likes at? I'll put the beach cam up if, let me check our likes.
May I continue on? As I indicated, when the first responders arrived at the scene, they found the defendant underneath the body of Anna Marie, and they helped her out from that body. And I told you a few minutes ago that she made a critical mistake saying 3 p.m. You will hear evidence that when the first responders arrived, they observed the body of Anne Marie Rintala, they touched the body of Anne Marie Rintala, they moved her arm, they moved her hips, they moved her body in order to release Cara from out underneath the body. They will testify in the trial that when they did so, her body was stiff as a board. Her body was completely one unit. Her arms were above her head. When they moved her body, it was completely locked in that position and moved as a single unit, stiff as a board. And the reason that will be important during the course of this trial is I expect you will hear evidence that, in the opinion of forensic pathologists and medical examiners, that her body was in well-developed rigor mortis, which is the stiffening of the body after death. And you'll hear from the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Joanne Richmond, who worked for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Massachusetts, who did the autopsy in this case, who determined, in her view, the opinion of cause of death being manual strangulation, and that she will offer an opinion before you regarding time of death of Anna Marie. You'll also hear, based on the evidence in the case, an opinion from another doctor by the name of Dr. Thomas Andrew, the former chief medical examiner in New Hampshire. Both of these medical examiners have over 30 years of experience. I expect they will testify that based on the conditions of Anne's body, when the first responders arrived at approximately 7:15 p.m. that night, that it is their opinion that Anna Marie was dead well before 3 o'clock. And by the defendant's own admission, only 2 adults were home at 3 o'clock that day. Her and Anna Marie. During the course of this trial, the evidence that I just indicated to you will come through many different sources. You'll hear from numerous witnesses. You'll hear from the first responders, as I indicated, paramedics and police officers. You'll hear from state police troopers who responded to the scene and were in charge of the investigation. You'll hear from crime scene technicians and forensic scientists, members of the crime lab who examined the physical evidence collected at the scene, who conducted fingerprint analysis and DNA analysis. You'll hear from the forensic pathologists, as I indicated to you. Brandi police officers who responded previously to the incidents, the domestic disputes between the defendant and Anna Marie. You'll see photos and videos of the crime scene at Anne's body. You'll see the photographs of the LCV and that bright blue color of that blood at the crime scene. Surveillance video, phone records, 911 calls, divorce filings, restraining orders. And you will have the opportunity to hear over 3 hours of the interviews conducted of the defendant the night of Anna Marie's death and the next morning. The video and audio recorded, and you'll have an opportunity for yourself to see everything that she said about her relationship with Anna Marie. And at the end of the trial, the evidence will prove to you that the defendant, Cara Rintala, killed Anna Marie, that she intended to kill Anna Marie, and that she did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty. Thank you.
Anyone?
You may.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this whole investigation started with a lot. It started with a lot. When that 911 call was made, that Cara Rintala asked her neighbor, Roy Dupree, to make. He said nothing about it being a domestic. But you know what the dispatcher did? The dispatcher called it in as a domestic. So before they even get to the crime scene, in their head is the idea it must be Cara Rintala because it's a domestic. The first responders hear that it's a domestic. The first police officers on scene hear that it's a domestic. And when Cara Rintala voluntarily agrees to speak to the police without a lawyer, 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that conversation, the question is asked of her, so I heard there's been a lot of domestic violence. That's why Cara Rintala is bringing up the domestic violence. Not because she wants to talk about a relationship with her and her wife. Because you'll hear evidence, I expect, that they reconciled, that they dropped the divorce proceedings. And you heard the prosecutor talk about, in that statement, Cara said that she was bamboozled. Wanna know why? Because Anne Marie told DSS that she lied. She lied about the assault and battery in 2008, that it never happened. So was Cara bamboozled by Anne? Well, if your spouse comes in and lies about you and gets you arrested and gets you kicked out of your house, I think you've been bamboozled. And I think that's what the evidence is gonna be. Now, what you didn't hear from the Commonwealth, because they don't want you to look at this case objectively. They want you to look at it with blinders on, exactly like the first responders did, exactly like the state police did, exactly like the dispatcher did when they said it was a domestic. They want you to just focus on that. They want you to believe that Cara Rintala is the only one in the whole world who had access to that house, and the only one in the whole world who could have done this. What they didn't tell you about is a guy by the name of Mark Olasak. You didn't hear one word about Mark Olasak. Mark Olasak was Cara Rintala's partner as an EMT and firefighter. Mark Olasak was in love with Anne Marie. And how do we know that? We know that, ladies and gentlemen, because when they got around to interviewing him 18 months later, when he first lied, two days later they said, "Where were you?" And he said, "I went to physical therapy that morning, and then I was home the whole rest of the day." Total lie. Total and complete lie. That's not true. But because the police believed it was a domestic, great, all right, we'll check that person off. We don't have to worry about that person anymore. And then they find out that almost a year later, maybe even a little bit more than a year, that Mark Olasak is still sleeping in a pink sleeping bag that Anne Marie Rintala had at the fire station. And even Detective McGarrian thinks, that's a little weird. It's a little weird. Let's go talk to this guy and find out what's happening. So they go and talk to him 18 months later. And they find out that he is sleeping in Anne Marie Rintala's sleeping bag. And he tells them a story that we're really, really good friends. And being really, really good friends, these are the things that we do. We go out to dinner. We go for drinks. We hug. We kiss on the corner of the mouth. I don't know why that's important, but he thought it was. And then at least on one occasion, Mark Olasak sent a text to Amie Rintala that he loved her. And he says he loved her in a friend way. That's what he did. And you'll hear evidence, I expect, that the police learned in the investigation that after Mark Olasak lied, that they actually went and got the records of his credit cards. Because they found out that Mark Olasak allowed Amie Rintala to have 3 credit cards that he paid for, that his wife knew nothing about. Because Mark Olasak, like I said, was married with a kid. Doesn't tell his wife that he opens up these 3 credit cards. He'll say, I expect the evidence will be that he told the police that he was trying to help her build credit because she has really bad credit. That's what that I expect the evidence will be that the police knew. So they go and they look for these credit cards. They try to figure out what it was. What is it that that you're allowing her to charge? What is it that you're allowing her to use? What is it that you, Mark Olasak, are taking on the responsibility of paying? By the time Amie Rintala is killed, there's a $7,000 outstanding debt on the credit card. Again, that Mark Olasak doesn't tell his wife. Now, I expect that you'll hear that the police found out that his wife, during the course of this investigation, finds out about 2 of the 3 credit cards. And he allegedly has some conversation with his wife where he doesn't fess up to the 3rd credit card. And his wife, I expect the police will tell you, that tells them, I don't want you involved with her anymore. I don't want you around her anymore. I don't want you working with her anymore. I don't like what's going on and I don't want it to happen. And what does Mark Olasak do? Continues to see it. What does Mark Olasak do? Try to find a way to still work with her. Until he makes this statement to the police that says, I'm a great friend until you lie to me. Until you lie to me. And you'll find out at one point when Amie Rintala was moving back to be with Cara Rintala, to fix their marriage, to have a chance at getting reconciled, that he's helping her move out of that apartment that the prosecutor told you about. And what he finds when he's helping her move out of that apartment is a note and a picture. And the note is from another woman, Cara Daniele. Cara Daniele and Amie Rintala had an on-again, off-again relationship about 10, maybe even 13 years. And he finds this note, and he finds this photograph, and he realizes at the same time that he's having these conversations and these kisses on the side of the mouth and giving her these credit cards, she's in Vegas with Cara Daniele. And so what does he do? I expect that he will tell that the police knew that he never once brought it up to Amie Rintala. He saved the note, he saved the picture, but he never once talked to her about it. But you know what he did do? He took away her phone. He was paying for her phone, and he was upset that she was talking again and dating again Cara Daniele. And so what does he do? This guy who's trying to be your friend, this guy who's trying to help her build her credit, he takes away her phone. That's what he does. Not going to pay for your phone anymore. And I expect you'll hear the police say the reason that he said he did that is he didn't think it was good that Cara Daniele was dating Amie during the time period that there may have been some custody issue. That's his explanation. But there's more than that. So when the police finally get around to interviewing him, and they find out about the kiss in the corner of the mouth, and they find out about the hugs and the money and the credit card debt of $7,000 and the I love you text, there's more in the sleeping bag. There's more than that. They also find out that he's the one who texts at 1:53. He's the one who texts Anne-Marie Rintala at 1:53. And does he tell the police that? No, he doesn't. Does he tell the police, hey, I tried to contact her that night. She never picked up. That's so odd because she always picks up. No, he doesn't. You know what he does instead, ladies and gentlemen? He deletes the text. He deletes the text at 1:53. And I expect the police will understand and know and learn that he deletes the text. And you know what they do about it? Nothing. The blinders on. You would think that a seasoned police officer, a trooper from the state police who knows how to investigate homicides, when they find out they've been lied to, when they find out that there's someone who deleted a text, who probably was the last one to text that night, and doesn't tell you about it, you would expect that you go right back to Mark Olasak and say, hey, what's going on here? Why'd you delete that text? Because a good homicide detective would think, why delete that text? How did you know you were supposed to delete that text? When there's also a text at 8:15 that night that you don't delete. How do you, Mark Olasak, know that? But nobody asks that question. And again, because they are operating with blinders on. This is a domestic, this is Cara Rintala, we don't need to look anywhere else. But there's more. They finally get his credit card statement. And even though he had told the police, I went to physical therapy and then was home the whole rest of the day, they find out that there's a number of purchases on March 29th on his credit cards. So they try, they say, to go get the receipts and the time stamps for when he makes these purchases. And because it's been 18 months that they had blinders on, they believed it was Cara. Some of them they can't get. But there's one that they did that I want you to pay particular attention to. Sometime around 4:30 on March 29th of 2010, Mark Olasak goes into a Walmart to purchase a $7 pair of pants. Now you might ask yourself, why do you need a $7 pair of pants in the middle of the day?
Bingo.
But the police don't ask that question. Nobody asks him why he's buying a $7 pair of pants. But they go back and they say, hey, you have all these purchases on your credit card. You must have been out that day. Now I remember. Oh yeah, I went to Home Depot. And then I went to Bob's Furniture with my wife and my daughter. I went to Bob's Furniture. We were looking for some furniture for my daughter's new apartment. And we went there to look for stuff. And I don't remember going to the Walmart, but I could have gone to the Walmart. And you know what the wife says? No memory of going to Walmart. You know what the daughter says that the police knew about? No memory of going to the Walmart. 4:30 in the afternoon. You stop what you're doing when you told the police you were home, and you go buy a pair of pants. But let's talk about the Bob's Furniture. So now the police know that this is Mark Olasak's alibi. So what do? Nothing. Do you go to the Bob's Furniture and you try to get a video to see if he's there that day? Well, initially, Trooper McGarrian said he did go and he never saw Mark Olasak, his wife, or his daughter on the video of the Bob's Furniture. A little bit later, he said he doesn't even remember if he went and got the video. Again, ladies and gentlemen, domestic, blinders on, let's not look anywhere else. That's what happened. And then when they find out that Anne-Marie Rintala was also having this relationship with Cara Daniele, they went to go talk to Cara Daniele. And Cara Daniele lies to them as well. She says she goes to her gym that day, and she goes for a run, about 2 hours, maybe 3. And in the middle of her run, which is the opposite direction of where Anne-Marie Rintala and Cara Rintala live, she tells them that she goes in this direction. They get her records, they get her bank records, and they find out that she makes a withdrawal over here, closer to where Cara Rintala and Amie Rintala live. And so what do? Do they go back and say, hey, wait a minute, you said you were going in this direction, and now you're going in this direction, according to your bank statements? Nope, didn't happen. And then they also find out she goes to a tanning appointment. And nobody questions whether or not when you're in the middle of a run, you would normally stop for a tanning appointment. Nobody questions that. And I expect you're going to see, as part of the crime scene, that there is tanning lotion on that basement floor. But does anyone ask about it? No. Does anyone ask her why she didn't tell the police about the stop to go tanning in the middle of her run? No one asked her about whether or not why she stopped at the ATM in the middle of her run in the opposite direction of the route she told the police she was going? No. Again, ladies and gentlemen, because that whole thing started with this is a domestic response. And so they weren't looking anywhere else. They were only looking at Cara Rintala. And they were working really hard to make the pieces fit. And if you don't look anywhere else, if you keep those blinders on, then you don't have to do the rest of the investigation. You don't have to go and eliminate these people. You don't have to figure out why Mark Olasak is lying to you. You have to figure out why somebody stops to go tanning in the middle of a run. You don't have to do any of that because you believe it's a domestic. Because you believe, even though it's false, that this whole call starts because it's a domestic. Now, beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, Cara Rintala ends up, you'll hear evidence, on the 29th, getting called in as a firefighter. And you'll hear evidence, I expect, that if you pick up your phone when you're a first responder, and you refuse to take the call or to come in to do the extra work, you get punished in some way. If you don't pick up your phone at all, if they can't reach you, you don't get punished. I don't want you to think there's something nefarious about the fact that when Cara Rintala is with her young daughter, after she had already been called into work that morning, picked up the phone, agreed to go in, took a call, came back to her house, the fact that she doesn't take another 2 calls from her work isn't as nefarious as the public wants you to believe. And I expect you're going to hear evidence to that effect. That when you don't pick up the phone and you don't tell them you're available, then nothing happens to you. But Cara Rintala, I expect the evidence will show, was following that procedure and nothing more. And what does Cara Rintala do? She can't get Brianna to go to sleep. Brianna naps sometime between 2 and 4, and Brianna's not going down. And her wife is tired, and she has to work that night. And for anyone who's ever had a 2-year-old, you know it's impossible to sleep when a 2-year-old is running around the house. So what does Cara Rintala do? She takes Brianna, she puts her in the car, and she drives around. Now the problem will say, we don't know where she went. As a parent, how many times have you put your kid in the car and drove around to try to get your child to go to sleep? For 2 reasons. One, she wants to let her wife sleep. But more than that, you know the meltdown is coming if your child doesn't nap. And so yes, there's a period of time where Cara Rintala is driving around trying to get Brianna to sleep. And it doesn't work. And so what does she do? She goes to the mall. She tries to walk through the mall. She tries to do what she can to fill the time so she doesn't have to go home and interrupt her wife who's trying to get some sleep. Now, what you'll hear, ladies and gentlemen, is while she's driving around, she does ultimately sometime around 5-ish, when she knows her wife has to be back at work at 8, texts her wife and says, hey, we think we're going to go to the McDonald's. Do you want anything? You know, this is where Brianna wants to go. She gets into the McDonald's parking lot, and Brianna doesn't want McDonald's, so she doesn't get McDonald's. And you'll hear at some point the evidence I expect, that Cara Rintala gets out of her car during this whole time period because she's changed Brianna's diaper. And when she changes Brianna's diaper, she goes and she throws stuff in the trash. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I have a 2-year-old, I'm not gonna drive around in the rain with a dirty diaper. That's what happens, and that's what I expect the evidence will be. But what happens when Cara Rintala gets home, after she goes to a bunch of different stores? It's not to have an alibi, it's because she can't get her 2-year-old to go to sleep, and she's trying to allow her wife to get some sleep. But now she knows, you gotta eat, because you gotta go to work, so do you want this, where I need you responding to me? They're not as nefarious as the Commonwealth wants you to think. Now beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, what Cara Rintala doesn't know is happening is that on the 25th of March, Anne-Marie and Mark Olasak have a date. They go to Connecticut. Mark Olasak doesn't tell his wife about it. While he's in Connecticut, she wants a dog. And she wants him to spend $250 on a dog for her. And he's willing to do it, because he loves her. And he can't spend it on one of the credit cards that his wife might find out about, so he's got to do some finagling to try to get some money so he can buy her the dog. And she makes a bunch of phone calls and tries to find the dog that she wants to buy. And ultimately, she calls him back and she says that after he spent the $250 on the dog, she needed $20 for a dog crate, because she had to crate the dog. And you'll find that she never bought a dog. She never needed a crate. And that she used Mark Olasak. She didn't use him that one time. She used him again and again and again. And one of the instances that you'll see that she uses Mark Olasak is that she wants Mark Olasak to stand in line for her at a store to get an iPad for Easter right before she's killed. And so how does she get Mark Olasak to do that? She promises him a big kiss if you get in line at 6 o'clock. And I expect the police know, because they've looked at the texts. How big a kiss? The earlier you get there, the bigger kiss. And so what do the police do about that? Nothing. They don't do a single solitary thing. What do they do about the fact that Mark Olasak figures out that there is no dog and there is no crate, and that he's been lied to, and that he's a good friend until he's been lied to? Nothing. They do nothing about it.
Thank you for the gifted memberships.
Now, beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, when Cara Rintala gets home and she sees her wife at the bottom of the stairs, she does what every parent would do. She gets her child to safety, and then she goes and tries to help her wife. When she goes and tries to help her wife, she realizes her wife is dead, and she's hysterical. She's hysterical. And the first thing she says to Roy Dupuy is, "Call 911." Because she still believes there's a chance to save her wife. When she gets downstairs, she's an EMT. She's a firefighter, she knows. Her wife is dead. And she's in agony. And she rolls her wife's body onto her lap and cradles it, because she can't believe her wife is dead. And she cradles her wife's body until the police get there. And she's crying, saying, "I can't believe man is dead." And you'll hear evidence that at that point, the police decide that there's something suspicious. And that decision gets made again, domestic and blinders. So they say, we have to get Cara Rintala off the basement floor and away from Anne-Marie Rintala and bring her upstairs and start talking to her. And that's essentially what they do. They roll Anne-Marie's body off of Cara. She goes upstairs, follows their instructions completely. She follows their instructions to sit at the table and to not touch anything. And that's essentially what she does. And then they come up to her and they start asking her questions. And does she say, I'm not gonna talk to you? No. She says, I'll answer any questions you want. What do you need? She gives them permission to search her phone. She gives them permission to search her house. She makes a statement, a 2.5-hour statement without a lawyer. She answers every question that they ask. And they want you to believe she was so focused on these domestic issues. But you'll hear 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that statement, it's the police who bring up the domestics. And does she lie about it? Does she say, oh no, we were great? She says, no, we had some problems. We did have some problems. But we worked it out. We were on the right path. We don't do that anymore. We don't fight like that anymore. And the Commonwealth told you that the reason they believe that happened is because the judge threatened to take their daughter away if they came back. I expect to hear evidence that they actually went to therapy. They worked things out. Anne-Marie moved home, and things were better. Now, is there that texting about having a mail over the night before? Yeah, there is. And I think you'll learn during the course of this trial that Anne-Marie has projected her own infidelity and is suspicious of Cara because of what she's doing with Mark Olszak. And you'll see Cara's texts, which are, it's just like a bunch of old schoolgirls. We're just gossiping here. There's nothing going on. But Anne-Marie believes different. And Anne-Marie makes that statement, I hate our relationship. I'm gonna leave. But she's gonna leave, ladies and gentlemen, what's the problem? Why would anyone need to kill her if she's gonna leave? But the police don't ask those questions. Instead, they want you to believe, in this case, that there's something nefarious about the fact that Cara Rintala starts talking about the domestic issues when they themselves bring up the domestic. So you'll hear that Cara Rintala made the 2.5-hour statement. She gave them her phone. She gave them permission to search the house. And she didn't stand in anyone's way for 1 second. And the other thing that you'll notice that the police understood about Cara Rintala that night, she did not have a scratch on her. You'll hear that there was a struggle in the basement. You'll hear that somebody strangled Anne-Marie Rintala. You'll hear that somebody put their hands on her neck for 3 to 4 minutes. And there's disarray in that cell. And not a scratch, not a cut, not a scratch, not a bruise on Cara Rintala. Now I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're also going to hear evidence in this case. And the Commonwealth made it clear that there were no phone calls made by Cara Rintala during this time period that they think she's cleaning up the scene. And that's just their theory. They don't really have any evidence for that fact, but that's their theory, that she's cleaning up. But what no one's asking is why would she need to clean up evidence in her own house? Why would she need to cover DNA when she lives there? Again, domestic, blinders, that's what happens. Now, you also heard some evidence that the Commonwealth said the medical examiner is going to be very important in this case. Time of death is very important in this case. That's what they say. What you're going to hear, I expect, from the medical examiner is that they didn't follow procedures in trying to determine the time of death. That they didn't do all of the tests they could have done to determine time of death. Instead, they're going to take this bell curve, and they're going to take the mean number of hours, and they're going to say, that's it. That's what it must have been. And I expect you're going to hear evidence that that mean number means nothing. You can't have any confidence in that mean number unless you also look at the outliers, the bottom of the bell curve on either side. And when you look at the bottom of the bell curve on either side, and you include that in your time of death calculation, you have a confidence interval of 95%. And do you know what's on this side of the bell curve in terms of time of death, if they included the whole curve to get that 95% confidence interval? 2 hours to full morbidity. 2 hours to full rigor. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't expect their experts to say that. Now, I can't tell the Commonwealth what to do. I can't tell them which evidence to present. But I can tell them, in this case, that when you investigate, and I think you'll understand, when you are investigating a case and you aren't following where the evidence goes, when you're investigating the case based on this implicit and cognitive bias that was falsely injected into this case from the very beginning, the investigation can't be fair. I expect you're going to hear evidence that Mark Olasak's phone was pretty silent that night too. But nobody asked him any questions about that. And I can't, again, tell the Commonwealth what to do, but in this case, if you don't hear from the trooper who did the investigation, Trooper McGarry, if they don't call him, if they don't call Mark Olasak, if they don't call Carla Danielli, if they don't call Roy Dupuy, then is this really a search for the truth? Or is the Commonwealth endorsing the blinders in the investigation that they know started with a lie and continued with implicit bias?
Katrina, thank you for the gifted membership.
And ladies and gentlemen, if this is not a search for the truth, this is not an opportunity to give you all of the evidence that you need, so you can look at these witnesses and decide for yourself whether or not to believe them. And it is really a search for the truth at all? Because if it's not, what are we doing here? Cara Rintala did not kill her wife. And if this trial isn't a search for the truth, then why are we all here? What are we doing here? Thank you.
Wow.
Members of the jury, we're going to take, we typically take a morning break around 11 or so. So we're going to take that break now. We'll break for about 20 minutes. I'll just remind you of the instructions I gave you previously. Those
Teresa.
instructions apply throughout
Happy anniversary.
this trial. They are, again, not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other, not to conduct any form of outside research or investigation, online or otherwise, to avoid contact with the participants in this case, to avoid any and all media account concerning
Okay.
the case.
They,
I told you that those instructions apply throughout this case,
for some reason,
so forgive me when I give those instructions to you every day ad nauseum, but they bear repeating because they are of critical importance. Okay, so we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
they started a new stream for this for some reason. There she is. They ended this one, so let me get the new one pulled up. And we got 500 likes, so I'll go get Beach Cam set up real quick.
All right, so perhaps we could take a shorter break, 5 to 10 minutes, and then reconvene, address any issues that need to be addressed prior to the first witness.
That's fine, Adam.
Thank you.
Okay. So they put a new one up. All right, I'm going to start this, and I will go. Happy anniversary, Teresa. We are glad you are here. I am going to start this because this is before the jury comes back. So I'm going to start this because they're addressing whatever issues they have. And then I will get Beach Cam hooked up because I had my laptop on the bed. So it's not hooked up. So I'll go hook it up since y'all got to 500. And but so I'll be right back. But y'all can watch this while I'm make sure it has audio. Oh, they don't let us have the audio for them.
Do we need to address?
There it goes. Okay. All right. I'll get it hooked up. I'll be right back.
The first witness is going to be Officer Gary Fuller. I was spoken to Attorney Scapicchio this morning in regards to, I think it's total of 14 exhibits we're seeking to admit today with the 4 first responders, the majority of which would come into evidence through the first witness, Lieutenant now Gary Fuller. I understand that counsel would have no objection to plea bargaining, which would make us more efficient in general, with the exception of some photographs of Anna Marie's body on the basement floor. If I understand the objection, it's not necessarily to the photos themselves, but the number of photos. And so what I would ask Your Honor if we're able to argue that now before the jury comes in, so Your Honor can make a decision about those photographs instead of being at sidebar, and then we also can remark the exhibits and then more efficiently through the witness.
Okay.
And Judge, just so the record, okay, I did pull out the pictures of the victim on the cement floor. I think there are 5 of them that the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce. There are 4 of them the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce. I think the number is excessive. I'd be asking for recent photograph instruction from the court with respect to those photographs, and I'd ask the court to limit the number of photographs that the jury sees in this case, Judge.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, if I may, I can show you the 4 photographs. I think it'd be important for Your Honor to see them. May I approach?
yes.
Now, as you can see from these photographs, they're all photographs that capture both Anna Marie Rintala's body on the basement floor that was found by first responders. But it also captures different angles of her body and other portions of the basement and other items in the basement that ultimately will be relevant and important to the jury's determination of the evidence in the case, and about which there will be significant testimony. What I mean by that is the workbench that's located in the photo, the vacuum that's located there, the shelving unit, the side view of other shelving units on the right of the stairs. All of these things need to be captured in the photograph for the jury to be able to understand it. The body really cannot be edited out of those photos because it's not just those other items that are important, but Anna Marie Rintala's, the relationship of her body to those items will be relevant and important, including the blood spatter analysis at the scene about which there will be testimony, about which DNA, where it's located in relationship to her body, and what might have caused it to be there. And again, we're not offering these for a gratuitous purpose, Your Honor. I certainly would have no objection if you want to give an instruction to them about the nature of the photographs. But they've been selectively chosen over hundreds of photographs of her body to represent different parts and different angles that will be relevant and other things around the basement. I would also indicate that I believe it's the only 4 photographs that we intend to offer into evidence of her body on the basement. In other words, these are the 4 that will lay the foundation that we will use the entirety of the witnesses in the case. There will be other photographs in the basement that might capture a hand or a foot in relationship to something, but in terms of her entire body, this is what we would use for the case. So I would ask that we be able to use all 4 of them now.
Okay. Anything further?
No, Your Honor, I just made my objections in whatever court has.
Well, the photographs, all 4 do appear to show different things. And I am persuaded that there's nothing gratuitous about the Commonwealth's intent to introduce all 4, that they serve different purposes. I will give that instruction.
There's no objection, Your Honor, thank you for getting the instruction. And then in terms of the Rintala decision, which I know the court's gonna review, I bring the court's attention to page 444, right after the site Como versus Rosado, where the court talks about the admission.
I think it's 1.25.
Prejudicial effect of it. I don't know. But once you get further into that.
What'd I miss? Yes, I'm on the
Well,
goals.
perhaps it would be helpful at least to discuss what evidence the Commonwealth intends to elicit through the witnesses we are going to hear from today, the first responders, I suppose today and tomorrow, about the paint that the paint is pictured. You've seen photographs which show the paint, but exactly what testimony do you expect to, or do you intend to elicit, and for what purpose?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We
So
would
this is about
intend to
paint.
elicit testimony similar to what was elicited in the prior trials from the first responders, in that among the observations they made, they saw what they described as wet, shiny, fresh paint. And if you look at the SJC's decision starting at page 259, when the court starts beginning about the relevant facts, they are reciting how first responders regularly use that terminology. What appeared to be a large pool of pink, wet paint. The next officer
Thank you,
described
Ally
the
B.
paint as white paint, fresh, still wet. And on the top of the next page, one testified the paint was wet and shiny. The other paramedic testified that the paint appeared to be very wet, fresh looking. And a state police detective testified that when he went to the basement several hours later, he observed wet, fresh paint on the floor. These are lay descriptions. There is no expertise that's needed to describe something as appearing fresh. I suggest that's something that folks do on a daily basis in their daily lives, and that's something the jury can understand easily. There was also some testimony upon questioning that there did not appear to be any sort of film or skim or coagulation on the surface, that it was a wet puddle essentially. We will not be eliciting any testimony from any of the first responders in terms of it having
They're paint
appeared to have
expert.
been poured or how it ended up where it did. That is something that I think will be proper for argument by the Commonwealth at the close of the case. Based upon the evidence that comes in, it's a reasonable inference that it can be drawn that it was poured. But in terms of the paramedics and first responders, the officers, wet, shiny, and fresh looking is what we intend to elicit. The SJC decision did not say that the first responders were outside of their lane in describing the paint as fresh or wet. The SJC decision was limited strictly to whether or not David Gianelli was qualified as an expert witness to testify as to the timing of the paint having been applied and that it had been intentionally poured. And I
That's
know from,
the witness expert.
past proceedings, Attorney Hoos, I believe, did not object to the
They're
first
talking about.
responders describing the paint. It was not an issue in the SJC appeal that the first responders' testimony was improper. The appeal issue was solely limited to David Gianelli, and we have limited that issue by not calling him in this case and not attempting to elicit any testimony on the timing or the application of the paint through the lay first responders.
So let me ask you this. What relevance does this have to any issue in the case that the paint was fresh or wet?
It's directly relevant because, Your Honor, as Attorney Sewell stated in her opening, we intend to argue to the jury, and I think it'll be a very reasonable inference, that had this paint been poured 6 or more hours earlier at the time Anne-Marie was murdered, it would not have appeared wet and shiny and fresh when first responders got there at 7:15 p.m. Further, we do not believe that the photographs themselves are an adequate substitution for their descriptions because the photographs were taken a few hours after they made these observations. So that's why it's directly relevant. The dichotomy here between the time of death and enough time having passed for Anne-Marie's body to develop into either full or fully developed rigor mortis, contrasted with paint that appears wet and fresh and shiny with no skim on top, no signs of drying, that's a stark contrast. It ties directly into the Commonwealth's theory that this was an attempted cover-up, an attempt to contaminate and confuse the crime scene right before police responded that evening. So it's central to our case, Your Honor.
Well, so wasn't that the point, though? I understand that it's within the realm of experience of the ordinary jury, or juror rather, with whether paint is dry versus wet. I think everyone understands that paint starts off as a liquid. When exposed to air, it dries over time. But what's the point of having an expert witness to pinpoint at what point that paint started to take on that appearance?
The point of the expert more specifically was to put a time frame on when he thought the paint had been poured. And I believe that is where the SJC found fault, that he wasn't qualified, his method wasn't scientifically valid to say that it had been poured 30 to 45 minutes before first responders got there. We realize that sort of trying to pinpoint of the pouring of the paint is the third rail. We're not going there. But this is a lay description of something that appears fresh, appears wet, appears shiny, liquidy. I would suggest that that is right within the wheelhouse of lay descriptions that we hear all the time from witnesses, whether something is fresh, whether it appeared stale, old, shiny, new, buffered, or it's an adjective.
Well, I understand that a lay witness can testify, again, to the difference between wet paint and dry paint. But the whole point of that expert testimony was to determine a time frame, a more precise time frame. And what it sounds to me like you were trying to do is use these witnesses to make exactly the same argument that you made based on the expert witness's testimony. And that concerns me. So how is it different?
The difference, Your Honor, the issue in the SJC case was strictly limited to whether or not David Gianelli's expert testimony was proper, whether he was qualified to put a specific time frame on the paint, and whether it was intentionally poured versus spilled. This is not what we are doing. By saying that something appears wet, fresh, and shiny, the SJC never suggested or held that it was outside of the realm of reasonable inferences for the jury to draw that it had been poured at a different time than Anne Marie was killed. And we believe that would still be a fair, supported by the evidence argument for us to make. Now, whether the jury believes that argument or draws that inference is another issue, but when paint is fresh and appears wet and shiny and liquidy, we're not using an expert to say that's fresh paint. That paint is fresher than a body with complete rigor mortis in it. So we don't believe that this is anywhere close to what the SJC held in excluding David Gianelli's testimony as an expert. This is simply arguing inferences based upon the evidence, and at its core, it's a layperson's description of something being fresh.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I actually believe it's worse. We have these lay people who have no expert training, who don't have any basis to say whether it's poured, whether it's fresh. They haven't identified them as experts, whether or not Attorney who's subjected of telling us what I would object to any first responder describing anything other than that paint appeared to be wet. I think anything beyond that, fresh, I think, poured, anything like that. The SJC was clear that was improper from an expert. So what the Commonwealth is attempting to do here is say, okay, we're not going to call the expert, we're going to ask the same exact questions of our first responders and get them to have the same exact answers, so we can make the same exact argument that the SJC said was inappropriate. So it asks you to exclude all references, the fresh, the poured, to anything other than that the paint was wet.
So I think the Commonwealth agreed that it wouldn't ask its witnesses about whether the paint was poured.
Exactly.
But my concern is really the word fresh. I think the word fresh is probably, for many of these witnesses, a proxy for wet. That this paint looks like it's been recently poured, as opposed to paint that has been left to dry. But I think I think it could be confusing. They are not, I assume, qualified to determine based on
You can't
appearance or feel of paint when that paint was poured, except to say that it was poured recently, some point that day. And I think it becomes more prejudicial than probative and perhaps confusing to the jury if they use the word fresh as opposed to simply describing what they saw, which was, or what they experienced. So if they step in paint and it moves around like wet paint, they can describe that. If they notice that there's some sort of film on the top, if that's what they see, they can describe that. To the extent that I would permit the Commonwealth to argue that the jury can draw inferences from that, I will leave that to later. And I'll give you time to speak to your witnesses. I would prohibit the witnesses from describing the paint as fresh. I would also,
Thank you, Katrina.
to prohibit the witnesses from offering any opinion or description of the paint as poured.
And one other issue from the Commonwealth, if I may, sorry. One other issue from the Commonwealth's opening said something about, the manufacturer's instructions on the paint. I'm concerned now we're getting into the white and pink, issue, which again, the SJC has dealt with. It was mentioned in Comel's opening. I want to make sure that there's not going to be any testimony about how long it takes to turn from white to pink, what the significance of that is. That was crystal clear from the court's decision.
Mr. Gagnon, what about that?
Y'all always
It's
do
a
that.
fact in this case that the paint in question was ceiling paint, which comes in a pink color. It's designed, not just as by way of background, I'm not saying we're intending to introduce this.
I understand.
It is, goes on pink, it's applied so that if you're painting a white ceiling and you want to repaint it white, it goes on pink to ensure that you're not missing any spots. And it dries within a certain period of time and becomes white, so you don't have.
It's fancy paint.
Now, I know from speaking
Thank you,
to some
Amanda
police
Davis.
officers in this case, that at least one of them is familiar with this type of paint. He's used paint like this before. He's aware that it's a paint on application turns to white. But the Commonwealth isn't intending to ask him any questions about timing of color change or pink means this, white means that. Our intention is just to have him describe the paint, consistent with Your Honor's ruling just a moment ago, not get into.
Thank you, Dallas
this
born,
is how
Boston
paint
bred.
works, or this is how color changes. So I believe we're in agreement on this issue. I don't recall there being any reference in the opening to something about the manufacturer specs of this paint, but we're not going down that road.
Judge, I still have some concerns about a lay witness now testifying about the paint and any of his experience as far as the paint is concerned. But, I don't even think they get to read the instructions on the paint about how long it takes to turn.
So I don't think I heard Attorney Gagnon saying that was their intention. He referenced this conversation, but I think he indicated that there was no plan to elicit that testimony.
Me neither.
Or any instructions about the paint and how long it takes to dry.
Were instructions. So it's really, again, it's limited to a sort of a description of the observations without any term that could be construed as an opinion. And again, fresh, I think, is terms that we often use as shorthand for something that we think.
Happy anniversary, Kathy.
Would be wet. But
Let's roll faster than the paint truck.
there may be some confusion over that, limiting, again, the officers, first responders, that is, they testifying about their observations in terms of white, or if there's a film that's, if they see whatever they see or experience, described in purely sort of factual terms, without using terms like fresh or poured or anything of that nature.
Thank you, Jill C.
That's understood, Your Honor.
So I don't know if you need a moment to speak to your witnesses before they testify, just to alert them of that fact. So aside from the instruction about the photographs, you may need to remind me, but I will give that instruction. Are there any other instructions that you feel like I need to give the jury during this testimony?
Not at this time.
Okay.
If I could suggest, we are going to need, there are 4 witnesses today, and the word fresh could spill out of their mouths equally among all 4 of them. And I say that because they have testified to it being fresh 3 times. They've written it in their reports. And if we're one adjective away from a motion for mistrial, we need a few moments, 5 minutes perhaps, to really impress upon them.
And that's fine. And if you need at times to lead just a bit, if they use that term, I would strike it, but it's better if I will certainly give you the time to instruct them so that I don't need to strike that term.
Thank you.
Thank you. So should we take another quick break so that you can have that conversation? And I'll just.
Thank you, Justice Obsessed.
I'll do that. Okay, so I'll give you 5 minutes. 10
5
minutes.
is sufficient.
He said the word paint could spill out of their mouths at any time. That's a new one. Let's catch up. See, we're catching up in no time because of all their breaks. What? Are you hungry again? I'm gonna feed Lucy so she'll get a full belly and go to bed.
Your Honor, if I just may throw on the record as well, I did instruct all 4 witnesses pursuant to Your Honor's instruction about proper terminology.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I emphasized the word fresh and nothing along the lines of poured, dumped, spilled, et cetera. I was very clear about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, Andrew.
We got a new pull up if you think they're going to accidentally spill the word fresh while they're on the stand.
You're now back in session. Name's good.
The Commonwealth calls first witness.
You may.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Lieutenant Gary Fuller.
Right this way, Lieutenant. You stand right your face for the raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in today's now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
She's not fresh.
Definitely not.
Thank you, Kathy Davidson. Thank you, Casey Bama Girl, for 2 months.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Council.
Could you please state your full name and spell it for the jury?
Gary Poehler, Poehler,
And where are you currently employed?
Town of Granby.
And what capacity?
I'm a lieutenant at the Granby Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Granby Police Department?
Full-time since 2002.
Can you tell us a little bit about the various roles that you've had from 2002 to present?
Yes. So I started off as a part-time patrolman. I was promoted to full-time, at which time I stayed a patrolman until I believe 2013, or 12, I was promoted to sergeant. And then about a year ago, I was promoted to lieutenant.
And what are your duties currently as lieutenant within the Granby Police Department?
I have various duties, many of which are, more desk-related than previously. I don't respond to as many calls anymore. I just oversee basically the detective bureau, school resource officer, and patrol.
And what were your duties as a sergeant, the role you held until last year?
Essentially the same without the administrative duties.
And in March of 2010, what role did you have in the Granby Police at that time?
I was a patrolman.
Can you describe to the jury what your duties were in that role?
Yeah, so we basically just respond to daily calls for service, whether it be barking dog calls, accidents, motor vehicle stops, domestic violence calls, unfortunately suicide, stuff like that.
Going back to that time in March of 2010 when you were a patrol officer, in general, how many cruisers would typically be working at any point in time, or how many patrol officers?
Typically 2 cruisers per shift. Sometimes on any given day could be 3.
Or would that be 1 patrol officer in each vehicle?
Yes.
And in terms of the rank of the individuals who might patrol, did it include patrol officers as well as sergeants?
Typically it's a patrol officer and a sergeant. But
Thank
not
you,
all.
Casey Bama Gal.
Now, do you know the defendant in this trial, Cara Rintala?
I do.
And you see her sitting here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing for the
All right. It's Cara right there with the pink shirt on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that, is identify the defendant.
It will.
And how do you know the defendant, Cara Rintala?
I worked in various capacities with both her and Amie Rintala.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yeah, they were both paramedics, and one specific call I recall vividly. There was a serious car accident directly across from their house, and they were fantastic paramedics. They helped out with intubating an individual in a life-saving event.
Okay. That was outside their house on Barton Street?
Yes, it was.
And as a result of that particular call, did you come to learn that Anna Marie and Cara lived at that residence on Barton
I
Street?
did.
Prior to that, did you know they lived there?
No, not particularly exactly where they lived, no.
You've referenced Anna Marie Rintala. Were you familiar with her prior to March of 2010?
I was.
And how so?
I worked alongside with Anne Marie. She worked for, occasionally here and there for Granby PD. I'm sorry, Granby Fire.
If I could just ask you to make sure you keep your voice up.
Yeah, I
so all the jurors
apologize.
Can hear you. You can move the mic a little closer if you need to.
I'm soft-spoken.
Thank you. You indicated that you also worked with Anna Marie. Is it outside of that one call you talked about outside on Barton Street? Did you have other calls with her in her role as a firefighter?
I had.
Outside of the work relationship that you described having with Anna Marie and the defendant, did you have any personal relationship as friends where you would spend time together outside of work?
None at all.
Mayor, at this point, I would ask for permission to display what's been marked as exhibit number 1 on the screen for the jury.
Right.
Thank you. Lieutenant, are you able to see that picture, exhibit 1? It's the person in that photo.
It's Anna Marie.
And does this photo accurately represent what she looked like around the time that you knew her?
Yes.
I want to ask you specifically about the date of March 29, 2010. Were you working on patrol as a Granby police officer on that particular date?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember if you were in a uniform and a marked cruiser?
I was in uniform and in a marked cruiser, yes.
Do you remember what shift hours you would have been working that day?
I believe I was working 3 to 11. I was either 3 to 11 or 4 to midnight back then. It could be one or the other.
And that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. or 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. At 7:12 p.m. that evening, do you remember being dispatched to a specific residence?
I do.
And what residence was that?
18 Barton Street.
In Granby?
That is correct.
And what information did you learn over dispatch as to why you were going to that home?
We were dispatched to what was reported as a possible domestic.
Was there any other information relayed to you by the dispatcher?
The only other information that I can recall came over the radio is that there was possibly a male party in the basement.
Possibly a male party in the basement?
That's correct.
Okay. When you say that came over the radio, is that also through the dispatcher at some point?
It is.
Okay. And what was your understanding of, at that point, of a possible domestic disturbance?
Overruled.
Nancy?
That there was some sort of dispute between two parties, whether it be a family member, household family member, married or otherwise related.
Okay. And the dispatcher said there was a male in the basement as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it took you, approximately, from the time of that dispatch at 7:12 to actually get to 18 Barton Street?
I believe it was probably around 4 minutes.
Okay. And were you alone in your cruiser?
I was.
When you pulled up into the driveway of that home of 18 Barton Street, did you recognize it in any way?
I did at that time.
And how did you recognize it?
I remember that to be the home where Cara and Anne Marie had lived from the accident.
Based on that prior call where
That's
they
correct.
assisted you?
Yes,
Okay. And did you pull into the driveway and park your car there?
I did.
What did you do next?
I got out of the car to approach the residence. It's basically a garage with a roof that's attaching the garage to the house just for a walkway. And there was a side door, so that's the door that I used.
Okay. And were you the first officer to arrive at the scene?
At that point, I was the only one.
Okay. I'm going to show on the screens there, Lieutenant, what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Are you able to see that?
I am.
And do you recognize what that is?
That's a cute house.
Okay. And in this particular photograph, there's some yellow tape, obviously across the photo. Fair to say that wasn't there at the time of your response?
That's correct.
Okay. If I could just ask you to, with the court's permission, to use a pointer to point out some things on the photograph for the jury, Your Honor? Okay, thank you. There's a pointer right there in the corner.
Yes.
Lieutenant. If you could just indicate what door of the home you indicated you were.
Right here.
There's sort of a breezeway. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
Right under this little vestibule here.
Okay. And there's a side door to the residence?
There's a side door.
Okay, thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you. When you got to the side door, do you remember what the condition of the doors were in terms of were they closed or were they open?
There's two doors. It's a glass storm door and a steel metal interior door. The interior door was open and the glass door was closed.
You were able to see through the glass
I
into the
could.
home?
Yes,
Okay. If I could just display exhibit number 3 there on the screen for you, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the doorway that I entered at 18 Barton.
Okay. And does this picture fairly and accurately represent the way that doorway looked when you approached it?
It does.
In other words, the glass door is closed, but you're able to see in?
That's correct.
Now, just to orient us in terms of what we're seeing through the glass, what is that we're seeing there?
That is essentially the staircase to the basement.
Okay.
So as you enter, there's a couple of shelves in the staircase and then down to the basement.
Okay.
And if you turned off right, we'd be entering the kitchen.
Now, as you approached the side door, and this closed last door to the home, were you able to hear anything outside or only after you went in?
If I remember correctly, as soon as I opened the door,
Okay, and what did you hear?
I heard a female party, it appeared to be a female party, crying and saying some things that I couldn't make out at the time.
You couldn't make out the words?
No.
Okay, but you recognize it as female voice?
Yes,
Crying?
yes,
Was it more than one voice?
no,
Okay, and were you able to tell, now that you're in the house, where the voice was coming from?
I could tell it was coming from the basement.
Okay. Just explain exhibit number 4. You recognize that, what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize here of what you saw that day?
I'm sorry. Can I get up and look?
Maybe, Your Honor?
Yes.
To be able to see it? Yes.
Yes. You may.
And actually, if you could stay standing and grab the
Yes.
pointer, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
I know perhaps the lighting may be difficult, but can you tell us generally what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yeah, so as you enter the staircase, you can immediately see down to the bottom of the stairs. There's obviously several items, which is very difficult in the blackish area here. Very difficult to see that there's a bunch of things knocked over. I know that there was a vacuum down towards the bottom of the stairs that was knocked over across the stair. There were several items basically thrown around the area that appeared to be, and you could see 2 feet. from
Catch your eye for the phone.
Judging the word what? Oh, thrown.
Members of the jury, I'm just going to strike the witness's use of the word thrown, and perhaps if you could just ask that question again and direct the witness to testify as to what he saw,
Of course,
as opposed to offering any opinion as to.
Hi, Roseanne. I hope you feel better soon.
got there.
Certainly. If you could just tell us what items you saw and what positioning they were in the basement.
Yeah, so I believe there was like I said, a vacuum that was knocked over or placed in not an upright position. There was also a child's rocking horse that was also not in a standing position, and several items that seemed to be very much out of place.
Okay, and you indicated.
Your Honor.
You just tried.
All right, sustain that. I will strike the portion of the testimony again, where the witness perhaps offers an opinion about how the items wound up in the places that he observed them.
Okay. I believe you also indicated, Lieutenant, that you were able to see 2 feet. And I think you're indicating there on the photograph?
Yes,
Okay.
right here.
And those were visible to you from the top of the
That
stairs?
is correct.
Okay.
Oh,
Zooming out
trigger
of that
warning.
Photograph for a minute. Can you tell us what we're seeing on the right side of the
I didn't want to see
photograph?
that at all.
That's the kitchen.
Okay. And just to orient us in terms of the furthest most right section of that photograph, there appears to be a door jamb there
That is correct.
where a locking mechanism would go in. Is that the exterior door to the house that we just saw a few moments ago?
This here would be the steel interior door.
Okay, so as you walk in through that glass door, in other words,
Correct.
this is your immediate visual and the basement and the proximity of the basement?
Correct.
Okay. Just showing next exhibit 5 while you're standing, Lieutenant. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
And what do you see?
Essentially the same. Some of the items that I described, and, you know, the deceased 2 feet.
Thank you. You can give your seat. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Now, you indicated that at this point, you were able to see this visual and hear a female voice coming from the basement, correct?
That is correct.
What did you do once you entered the home?
At that point, I announced police and I went down the stairs.
Okay, down the stairs into the basement?
That's correct.
And what did you see as you descended the basement stairs?
I seen Cara was sitting on the floor of the basement, obviously crying and very upset, holding a female party across her lap.
Okay. At the time that you originally saw the female party that she was holding, did you recognize her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did Cara the defendant, Cara, did she make any statements to you at that period of time? Or was she saying anything out loud that you remember?
She was saying, I can't believe she's dead. She's dead. I can't believe she's dead. And then she told me it was Amie.
Okay. And at that point, did you recognize her as Amie?
At that point, I did.
Now, in addition to Anna Marie's body, did you take note of anything else in or around Anna Marie's body at that point in time?
Yeah. There was a large amount of what appeared to be wet paint all over the area.
I got so scared he was about to say fresh.
Marie and Cara.
Okay. And when you say all over Anna Marie, what portions of her body do you remember seeing that paint on?
So she was holding her essentially in the supine position, face up. She had paint essentially all over her stomach, in some areas of her lap. I remember paint, I believe, on one side of her face, and blood.
Can you describe the position that you originally observed the defendant in relationship to Anna Marie's body?
So basically she was sitting down with her feet. Her feet were basically facing in the same direction. The defendant's feet were facing in the same direction as the staircase. She was sitting with both legs completely out, and Anne-Marie was across her lap with her head to her left side.
To the defendant's left side?
That's correct.
Thank you. If I could show exhibit number 6. Judge, before this, can I take it off the screen?
Okay, trigger warning, trigger warning. I have it going at the bottom, but
The jury, I'm going to give you an instruction that pertains to, I believe, the next 4 photographs that you will see, which purport to depict the alleged victim. The photographs are not pleasant. Indeed, they may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your verdict must not be in any way influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by these photographs. Consider these photographs only as they may draw attention, and to the extent that they depict the alleged victim to clinical, medical status, or to the nature of the alleged victim's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself.
Thank you. And
just warning you, they're showing the pictures.
Showing exhibit number 6. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
I do. Unfortunately, I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
Anne-Marie lying on the floor.
Okay. And if I could just ask you to stand again with the pointer. You described a few minutes ago the position of the defendant underneath Anna Marie, which obviously is not depicted here. So if you could describe based on this photograph where she was.
So Cara was sitting with her rear end essentially right in the spot. Her feet were out here underneath of Amie, and these are her shoes. And she was facing obviously that way.
Okay. And where did you observe when you initially came down into the basement? Where did you observe the defendant's hands to be?
If I recall specifically, she had one hand, I believe, on the back of her head, and the other hand was essentially on her stomach, rubbing and spreading paint.
Judge. Describe,
I'm sorry, which part?
describe paint, Judge.
Judge, I believe that might be clarified by the next question in terms of the observations that are made.
paint can destroy evidence. And also their expert was saying how
I
long
wanna
he
go
thinks
back to
that the
just
paint
because the record
had been
uses the
there.
word her, and I notice you're pointing. When you say her left hand was under her head, whose head are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Kara's hand was on the back of Anne-Marie's head,
Okay. And her right hand was where on Anna Marie's
on
body?
Anne-Marie's stomach.
Okay. And was she doing anything with her hand at that time when you came to the basement?
Moving paint. I could see
That's-
it.
Sustained.
We can try.
I will strike the last portion of that answer where the witness stated that the defendant was moving paint with her hand.
So just focusing on the physicality of her arm, what did you see her arm doing? How was it moving, in other words?
Moving back and forth.
Okay, and you're motioning for the record, left to right or back and forth?
I don't recall if it was circular or back and forth. It was,
And there was movement,
it was moving.
okay. Was there any, did you observe anything happening with the paint on Anna Marie's body as she moved her hand, as you demonstrated here?
Overruled.
The area of the paint that was covering the body got bigger.
Okay. Thank you. You can resume your seat. Lieutenant. Thank you.
They're having to tiptoe around all of the paint stuff because they don't want another either mistrial or overturned
Do
conviction.
you remember making any observations at this point in time in terms of possible blood in the basement?
Yes,
And what do you remember observing at this time?
I remember there appeared to be some areas of pooling blood around her, also on the carpet, and quite a few other areas such as her clothing.
In terms of blood on Anna Marie herself, what observations did you make in that regard?
She had dried blood in her coming from her nostril area, and her hands appeared to have dry blood all over the hands.
Now, as you made the observation of the defendant underneath Anna Marie's body, can you describe for us what Anna Marie's body looked like?
At that time,
Yes.
her body looked lifeless, looked very rigid.
In terms of the positioning, in other words, of her head, her arms, her legs, her torso, what did you observe as Cara was underneath her body?
At that point, she was over her, so she was slightly elevated off the ground.
What do you mean by that?
There were areas of her body that weren't touching the floor,
And what areas of her body were not touching the
like
floor?
her head and her feet.
And you indicated that the defendant was underneath essentially the torso
She
of Anna
was.
Marie?
She
Okay.
was.
When you first arrived and observed Cara in this position with Anna Marie, did you observe any portion of Anna Marie's body touching the floor?
Nothing I'm aware of.
Now, you indicated a few minutes ago that typically there's at least 2 cruisers on duty at Brandi at any given time. Was there anyone else on duty that came to that scene on this particular day other than yourself and your police department?
Sergeant Mark Smith.
Okay, and was he operating his own marked police cruiser,
He was.
wearing a police uniform?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you remember him arriving at the scene?
Yeah, within seconds of my arrival.
Okay. And when he arrived, what did you observe him doing?
Sergeant Smith came down the stairs while I had already been on the other side of Anne Marie's head. And he looked at me and he said, "I'm going to grab the medical bag."
If I could just clarify, Your Honor.
There's a lot of objections.
You're asking another question.
I will. I want to stop for a second because you just indicated that by the time you got there, you were in a different position. So I just want to clarify what position you're in at this point.
You want me to show you?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
When I had come down the stairs, I walked around Cara and came over to here to essentially, hopefully assess the patient.
Okay. And the area where you're pointing, is that the area where we're seeing some white marks on the rug?
Yes, that's where I was.
Are you familiar with what those marks are?
Those are my blueprints.
Okay, and what do you mean?
After I had stepped through some paint, my blueprints had transferred.
Okay, so as you walked around Anne Marie's body, you had stepped into something? Okay, and how do you know those are your blueprints?
I read those prints at home all the time.
Okay,
Doesn't make the wife very happy.
a certain type of work boot that you wear?
Yes,
Okay, and you remember being in that area of Anne Marie's body?
that's correct.
Okay, and you believe you were in that area when Mark Smith arrived?
I believe so.
Okay, Sergeant Smith,
Yes.
thank you. You can resume your seat, thank you. Now, you indicated that you observed Sergeant Smith coming down the stairs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the two of you were able to make eye contact with one another?
Yes, we did.
And without referencing anything that he said to you, did he leave?
He did.
Okay, did he come back?
He did.
Was he holding something whenever he came back?
Yes, he was.
And what was he holding?
There are medical bags that we carry in our cruiser as well as an AED.
Okay. And are we able to see that in this photograph here? Do you recognize? If you don't,
Yes,
okay, can you point to us?
I
Which
can.
ones?
yes.
It's a whole can of paint,
This is my medical bag. That's our AED.
Okay.
whole paint.
Green bag there for the record on the left of exhibit 6. Thank you. What's contained in that medical bag?
Various items, ambu bag, gauze, all kinds of medical supplies, as well as oxygen, and as I stated, the AED, scissors, you name it.
Do you know approximately how long Sergeant Smith was out of the basement before he came back with the medical bag?
Wasn't even a minute.
Okay. And what did you do in that time frame?
I had advised Cara that I was going to check Anne Marie's pulse.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
How?
Cara first advised me that she was dead. She's far more trained than I am. However, I still needed to do my due diligence. I reached down and I checked her carotid.
Okay. And where specifically, if you remember, did you check her carotid?
On the left side of her neck.
Okay. Now, at this point, having been in the basement, can you tell us what observations you made in regards to the paint?
Yes. It was difficult. The paint was white. It had a pink hue to it. Had a pink hue to it, and there was also a lot of blood mixed.
Okay. And in terms of wetness or dryness of the paint, did you make any observations in that regard?
It was wet.
In terms of the paint itself, did you make any observations about the top of the paint?
Yes. Like I said, the paint was wet. There was no coagulation. There was no film. And it was, as I stated, easily transferred when I walked through it.
He didn't say fresh.
When you had the opportunity to touch Anne's neck on the left side to check for a pulse, what observations did you make of her body at that time?
Amie was extremely cold. Her skin was very rigid and very stiff to the touch.
And a pulse.
No, it was not.
At that point, based on your observations and your physical touching of Anne's body, did you make any determination in terms of whether or not you would perform attempted life-saving measures?
She was beyond that.
Now, you indicated previously that the defendant had made some statements while you were in the basement, indicating that Anne was dead, correct?
That's correct.
while she was still in this position that you talked about under Anna Marie's body, do you remember her making any additional statements?
I do. Primarily around the time that I had checked her pulse and made the determination that she was beyond life-saving measures. I told her I was going to have to take her away from this area. She continuously said, I came home, the door was open, I don't know what happened. She had indicated that they had been arguing since last night and this morning.
Do you remember her making any other statements at that time?
I don't recall.
And I believe you indicated that these were statements that she made more than once while in that position.
That's correct.
You said that you told the defendant that you were going to have to remove her from underneath Anna Marie's body. Is that correct?
That's correct. She
And how-
stated she understood.
Okay. And how did you attempt to do that?
When we told her that, when she told me that she understood, she said she was stuck. At which time we made the determination that we were going to have to help her get out from underneath Anne-Marie.
So originally, were you requesting that she try to do it on her own?
Not particularly. I
Okay.
just told her that we needed to move her.
Okay. And she said she needed assistance,
That's correct.
and you gave it to her.
That's correct.
Was Sergeant Smith back down in the
Yes, he
basement at
was.
this point in time?
Yes,
Okay.
it was.
Can you explain to us the process and what parts of the body were moved to be able to get the defendant out from underneath? Anna Marie?
Yes. Yes, I can. Would you like me to?
Yes, please.
So Sergeant Smith was standing in this area, and I was over here still. I stepped over here and I used, I believe, her her right arm to use as a lever, lifting her as Sergeant Smith pushed her from this leg.
Okay. And where were your feet?
Here somewhere.
So were you pulling towards yourself?
Yes, I essentially was lifting
Okay, and what parts of her body were your hands on?
just her arm.
One hand or two hands? Okay. And what did you do personally in terms of, once your hands were on that portion of her body, what did you do?
I just pulled this way, Sergeant Smith pushed.
Okay. Did you make any observations of Anna Marie's body at this point in time?
Yeah, just that it moved as one.
What do you mean by that?
Emery's body was incredibly rigid. She was very stiff at the time.
Okay. When you say it moved as one, did you notice any movement in any of her joints at all? in
None
terms
at
of-
all. When I lifted her arm and put her back down, she was literally in that same spot.
Okay. Did her wrist move at all?
No, it did not.
Did her fingers move at all?
No, it did not.
Her elbow?
No, it did
Her
not.
shoulder?
No.
What about her torso and her leg area?
As far as I know, like I said, Sergeant Smith pushed from here, and that was the position she was in when I came down the stairs, and she didn't move. Other than the fact that, when we pushed her, she was essentially suspended slightly, so she was able to slide her feet out from underneath.
Okay. Now, I know that this photograph does not depict the defendant underneath Anna Marie's body, but in terms of the position of Anne's body, the legs, the arms, her face, her head, is that the same position her body was in when she was on top of the defendant?
Essentially, it doesn't appear that she moved at all.
And can you just tell us, if you're able to estimate how much you moved Anna Marie's body at this point in time, so the defendant could remove herself?
If I was to put a degree on it, at maybe 45-degree angle, maybe not even that high, just enough this way, and she just slid her feet right out.
Okay. And so she slid backwards?
She did.
Okay. Was she able to get out from underneath?
She was, however, she did not get her shoes, the black shoes that were left behind.
And just for the record, you're motioning on exhibit number 6, a black shoe that appears to be on Anne Marie's left side.
Yes,
So that was a shoe that had been on the defendant's foot.
yes.
At the time that, you can resume the stand, thank you. After you observed the defendant remove herself from underneath Anne Marie's body, were you able to make any observations of Cara's clothing that she had on, other than the shoe that you referenced here?
Yes. I mean, Cara now had some blood and paint on her clothing as well.
Okay, and do you remember what portions of her clothing?
I believe both on her jeans and her sweater. I believe she was wearing a black sweater.
Okay. And other than moving Anne Marie's body of what you estimated to be approximately 45 degrees, so the defendant could move out, did you essentially lay her back in the same position that she had been in?
Yes,
And so exhibit number 6 reflects that same positioning.
that is correct.
I'm just gonna show on the projector what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is it fair to say, Lieutenant, this is a similar area but a different view of the basement?
It is.
And are we able to see some additional items around the corner there?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanna show next what's exhibit number 8. What do you recognize in this photograph? Can you describe what we're seeing and what you saw that night?
Is it okay to get up?
Yes, please.
There were a lot of tools throughout the room. That obviously I recognized when I came down. Now that Cara is no longer sitting in this particular area, you can see a large pool of blood in this particular area here, and you can see where the paint came from.
In
It's
this
always a Walmart.
particular photograph, it appears there's a pole that's red and black in color. Do you see that on the left side?
That?
Yes,
Yes.
next to the shop vac.
Yes.
Do you remember that was the position of that item
Yes.
that night?
Yep.
Thank you, and if you could just remain standing for a moment, I want to show exhibit number 9. Do you recognize some additional areas of what we're seeing in this photograph?
I do.
Can you please describe what you saw that night?
Yeah. Again, the vacuum, the rocking horse, the several items around the room that were seen on the floor.
Thank you. Resume your seat. Thank you. After you removed the defendant from underneath Anna Marie's body, did you make a decision about whether or not you would stay in the basement or go to a different area?
I told her we were going to go up the stairs.
Okay. And did you do that with her?
I did.
Did you give her any instructions as you were going up the stairs?
I did.
What was that?
I told her, try not to touch anything, and let's just get to the second floor.
Okay. And did she comply with those instructions?
She did.
Did you see her doing anything with her arms at all while you were walking up the stairs?
Cara actually crossed her arms across her chest like this. Actually, she spent most of the evening like that.
Okay. You remember the order in which you went upstairs?
Sergeant Smith went up, then Cara, and then myself.
Okay. Once you got to the top of the stairs, where did you go in the house?
We went into the kitchen.
Okay. And did all 3 of you go into the kitchen or just a couple of you?
Just Cara and myself.
Okay,
Sergeant Smith went outside.
okay. When you went into the kitchen area, where specifically do you remember going?
It's the dining area.
Okay. When you walked through the kitchen, do you remember making note of anything around a sink area?
Yeah, the only thing that I seen that was actually that looked out of place was
Overruled.
You can continue.
was a trash barrel that was just outside of an open cabinet.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 10. Do you see that photograph there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The trash can that I seen.
Okay. Is that the kitchen sink area?
That is the kitchen sink.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately represent where you saw that trash bin and the cabinet door when you first walked into that kitchen with the defendant.
It does.
I want to show you, next was marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
That's the dining area.
Okay, is that the area where you went with the defendant at this point in time?
It is.
And did you take a seat?
I did.
Did she take a seat?
She did.
If you could use a pointer and indicate, if you can,
Yes.
if you remember where you were seated and where she was seated.
Okay, I was sitting here. I was sitting there.
Thank you.
UNC at Chapel Hill is on lockdown. I'm going to pull up, see if I can find information real quick.
It is, thank you.
Thank you.
So, members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break. So that's generally between 1 and 2 o'clock. So I will ask that you be back for 2 o'clock.
Sure, Ms. Ryan, we've had some custody of chairs.
So we are now officially caught up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm skipping ahead to live. UNC Chapel Hill is on lockdown and told to shelter in place for somebody armed and dangerous on campus. Let me see if I can find. I've got the scanner on. Let me see. Second shooter in 3 weeks. Well, let me not say shooter. I don't know if it's shooter. It says armed and dangerous. UNC police are saying go inside. Go inside now and avoid windows. Yeah, that's the same. I mean, this is the same one that that we just went through this with like 3 weeks ago.
We got one story commercial structure. We got nothing visible there. Alarm evacuation around investigate. UNCFM 4 around.
They just had yesterday too. Where like students and people in the area.
Tubular Road, Durham, spot 137, or room 137 in the window.
Where they just went to the House and Senate yesterday to protest the
3220 Tubular Road, Durham, room 137, cross Road at the Oyo Hotel. Brown, please, 1344. First one. Route 1345.
I can't find anything about
Back 4, you're responding to a 49-year-old female conscious and breathing, advised that she has a headache. She has a headache this Monday, and she's in the hospital. UNCFM 4 from 72. Go ahead. You and Russell, Friday Center Drive. 10-4, I'm about 60 seconds out. I'll be hitting solid the alarm. They have the workers on scene. Look like they're doing something to a countertop. Sit off the head. We can combine on checking with them this time. Thanks.
UNC Chapel Hill says reports of an armed and dangerous person on or near campus, shelter in place. But there's nothing about shots fired anywhere. They started to come back from lunch. I will keep an eye out for it. I think they're about to come back from lunch for our trial because we got caught up to them.
Chapel Hill, 1348.
Yes, Sandra Oliver, Dr. G is coming on today when we finish the stream. At 4 o'clock.
1348.
So I'm hoping that maybe this is because of the protest yesterday and that it's not an actual, like, there's no actual danger, that that's what I'm hoping for. I've got the protest yesterday was about there was a bill to loosen gun laws, and they were protesting that bill. So hopefully this is just about that and not real danger. That's what we hope for.
medical branch on with Glen. Law enforcement is going to be on scene. You're responding to a 63-year-old male, conscious breathing with a hurt hip hanging off his head.
They haven't closed the. My mom just texted me. This has nothing to do with any of this. My mom just texted me. She lives down the beach a little bit further than I do. And she said there's a manatee that's coming my way. See if we can see it until court comes back. Update. Campus Police Department confirming suspect is in custody. Unknown if anyone was shot. See, UNC Chapel Hill is still saying update reports of an armed and dangerous person. One minute ago, they said stay. They said 1 minute ago, they said continue to shelter, silence your phones. And check for more information.
UNC at 1355.
And there's a Louisiana school shooting, 1 teen dead, suspect in custody.
You on scene 1356. Officer, go ahead. I'll be clear and available from Goodman. Clear available from Goodman at 1359.
Interesting. Interesting.
I'm not listening. What are they saying? Anything I'll tell you. I think so.
Their feet is cutting.
That's kind of where they've been.
Their audio is loud. This screen down here is our trial. They haven't come back yet. I did not hear what the dog's name was. Well, that's what one report says, but not on the UNC Chapel Hill site still says continue to shelter and silence your phones.
Can you text that?
Seven. Thank you, whoever gifted me a membership here from RI, usually lurking. Thanks for the great streams. Thank you so much, Seven. I'm glad you're here. Oh, I'm on Chrome. I guess I should have done the other one, since Chrome always does this to me. Not that. Okay, I think... All right, that's a good sign. Putting their guns up. I'm still waiting for an update. I keep refreshing. I can go to North Carolina. Yes, zoom in. Starting to rain. All clear. Okay, all clear. We are good to go. Yay. We can still keep watching them now while we're waiting. Since our trial hadn't come back on. All clear, all clear, all clear.
UNC police chief tweeted all clear.
I wonder why they still haven't come back. Weren't they supposed to be back at 2 on our trial? Oh, let me refresh that. Let me get out of this. Because our other one's still showing that they're not back. Let me see if I can refresh that one. See if we can get back to... Oh, yep. Oh, they came back 2 minutes ago. Okay, perfect. Look at everything just working out on time. Everything's clear. Nobody's injured. Everybody's good.
Transfer marks up the staircase.
Of the basement.
Why is there no audio? What?
Staircase?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
There's a little bit of audio.
If I could just show what we
There we go.
previously had on the screen, exhibit number 11.
Dog's name is Tucker. Thank you, Brooklyn.
Area, correct?
That is correct.
And you sat there in those 2 seats that were seen with the defendant?
Yes.
And after you got to the stairs, you were in that seated position with her. Did you have any conversation with her?
I did.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
So after we had sat down, obviously it was a very difficult moment for Cara. Gave her a minute and I asked her if she could tell me what happened. Cara explained that she had come home from being out shopping with Brianna. She noticed that the kitchen door was open. She came in the house. The only light in the house that was on was in the basement. She said she went to her in Anne-Marie's bedroom, only to realize that Anne-Marie was not in the bedroom. She said she then returned back to the kitchen area when Brianna had...
Oh, Tucker was the old one. Well, Tucker's still a hero. What's the new one?
Did she indicate to you when she initially entered that side door as what you call the kitchen door to the home? You indicated she said that the only light on in the house was in the basement?
That's correct.
Did she say anything in regards to the basement door itself when she first entered the home?
No,
Do you remember?
she just said the door was open.
Okay,
I entered the home and went to the bedroom.
okay. And when you say the door is open, are you talking about the side door or the basement door?
I believe the basement door.
Okay. And so she was able to see a light, in other
That's
words?
correct.
Okay. And that's what she was able to see.
Sustained, if you could just ask another question.
Certainly. Just to clarify that, she said she saw a light on in the basement, correct?
Told me the only light in the house that was on was in the basement.
Okay. And when she went to the bedroom and Ann was not there, she got back to the kitchen area,
That's correct.
and that's when Brianna made this statement to her mommy's in the basement.
That's what she told me.
And did she indicate that, did she didn't do anything after Brianna made that statement to her?
She said at that point she grabbed Brianna and the dog and brought them to the next door neighbor's home.
Did she indicate where Brianna was when Brianna made the statement, mommy's in the basement?
At the top of the stairs.
And that she took Brianna and the dog to the neighbor?
That's correct.
Did she indicate which neighbor?
I believe it's 20 Barton Street, Mr. Dupuy.
Did she indicate to you what she did after she took Brianna and the dog to the neighbor's house?
She said she had gone, then came back home and went down the stairs.
Okay. Did she indicate what she observed when she went into the basement?
She told me when she got to the basement, Anne-Marie was face down. I believe that's the prone position. And she pulled her up over her lap, and that's when we arrived.
Okay. So she indicated that when she first observed Anne Marie in the basement, she was face down.
Yes.
While you were seated at this kitchen table with her, did you have any additional conversation or receive any information from her about what had been happening earlier in the day?
Yes. She had indicated that they had been arguing all morning and since last night or the night prior via text message and telephone. At some point, it sounds like what she said to me was that Anne-Marie hung up on her and then wouldn't respond to any more text messages. It was essentially over an argument that they had about a gentleman named Mike that was over the house. Cara tried to indicate that there was nothing, basically nothing going on, and that Mike was just over there gossiping like a couple of schoolgirls. She explained to me.
Did she indicate where Anne was at this time? In other words, how they were having a phone conversation where Anne was located?
She said she was working the overnight shift, the 11 to 7 or midnight to 8 shift.
At the time that you had this conversation with the defendant, she gave you this information. How would you describe her demeanor?
I feel like she was pretty cool, calm, and collected at that point. Far less upset than she was downstairs, but still upset, obviously.
Now, you indicated at some point that it was you and Sergeant Smith at the scene, correct?
That is correct.
At some point, did anyone else arrive?
Yes.
And who was that?
Paramedic Gene Oz.
Okay. Were you familiar with him prior to March 29, 2010?
Yes.
In what capacity?
He also works as a paramedic with the town of Brandi.
Okay, so had you been on calls with him?
Yes,
And were you still seated at the kitchen area with the defendant when he arrived?
I was.
Did you have any interaction with him at all or see him at the time of his arrival?
I just turned my back because I had my back turned towards the door. I basically turned to look and see who was coming in, and he went down the stairs.
Okay, so you saw him come in that side door to the residence?
That is correct.
And did you observe him going at least from your vantage point towards the basement?
Towards the
area?
basement, yes.
While you were seated at the table with the defendant, did you have any additional conversation with her? Specifically related to the last time she saw Anna Marie alive?
Yes, I had. I had continued to talk to Cara regarding what had taken place and basically what they were arguing about, stuff like that. I had asked her if she can tell me the last time she actually spoke to Anne Marie alive.
And how did she answer that question?
Her initial response was sometime around Brianna's nap time, at which time she said that's between 2 and 4 p.m., I believe it was. I asked her if she could narrow it down for me. She said about 3 o'clock, I walked in, told Anne Marie that I was going to take Brianna shopping, and Anne Marie's response was, "Good, leave so I can get some sleep."
During that conversation, did she indicate anything to you in regards to Anne's sleeping or health at that point in time?
Yes.
What did she indicate?
She said that Anne Marie had been having some difficulty sleeping. She's been struggling with her asthma. The overnight shift was beating her down, as most people who have worked the overnight shift would know. it's not very good to you with regard to your sleep patterns. She was definitely struggling with her sleep.
Did she indicate whether that was impacting the relationship in any way?
Just that they continue to fight about it. Excuse me.
You indicated that you saw paramedic Oz headed towards the basement at some point. Did you see him come back up
Yes.
or come from the basement area, I should say?
Yes.
And where did you see him and what interaction, if anything, did you have with him at that point?
He came into the kitchen. My understanding is that he had, a long-standing relationship with both parties, Cara and Anne-Marie. So he had came in and asked her if she was okay, and she had stated that she was, but that Anne-Marie was dead.
Okay. Did you observe that conversation?
I did.
And was that in the kitchen area?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedic Oz take a seat in the kitchen area
He
at the
did.
table?
Yes.
Do you remember what seat
He sat where I was sitting.
Okay. And what did you do?
I just basically stood there.
In the same area? Okay. Now, were you able to overhear any conversation that paramedic Oz had with the defendant at the kitchen table?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Paramedic Oz essentially, was obviously concerned for her. He had asked her if she, again, like I said.
Maybe we've seen it.
Sustained. We're like 2 minutes behind on this. They must be still fussing because we don't have audio for it. Just a reminder, we have Dr. G coming on with us at 4 o'clock Eastern. So if this isn't quite done, then we will we can watch whatever's left of it tomorrow before we start the next day. And they finally posted the sex therapist stuff. So what we might do is do highlights of that one, so we can get it in. Oh, that didn't come out right. I mean, get all of the coverage in. Didn't come out right. I did not get to see the manatee. My mom probably took pictures, and I'll look to see if she sent it to me. She decided she wanted to be back on the beach, so she moved from her house on the lagoon, and she's back on the beach. So she's a little bit further down the beach than me. You can barely see her building when I'm out on the beach. So anytime there's stuff coming this way, she can see, and she'll tell me like, hey, there's a water spout coming, or manatees, or dolphins. There's dolphins everywhere. Are they going to give us audio again? Any minute now. Look, he just looked. I said that, and then he looked at his clock. He can hear me. They're still arguing over the word fresh. That's what it is. What are we waiting on? Oh, there we go. Now we got audio. Okay. Where'd my little 10-second skip go? How come it's not on there anymore? I miss it. Why is it gone? That was like my favorite button.
Lieutenant, before the break, I asked you if you overheard conversation between paramedic Oz and the defendant while seated, while they were seated at the kitchen table that you were standing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Did you overhear that conversation?
I did.
Can you please recount that conversation of what you heard for the jury?
So paramedic Oz asked Cara if Anne-Marie had been ill or if she was sick lately. Cara's response was that she's been struggling with her asthma. She had not been sleeping very well.
Barely
And
here.
the only other issue she had was her double T foods.
Did you hear any further questions asked of paramedic Oz of the defendant at that time or her responses?
I don't recall.
At some point, do you remember another individual arriving?
I do.
And who was that person?
Paramedic Mike Pendor.
Were you familiar with him prior to that date as well through your work?
He also works with me.
Okay. And where did you originally see him?
He also entered the home when Jean, myself, and Cara were in the kitchen. He said he was going to go to the basement.
Did you see what door he came in, if you know?
Came in the same door.
Okay. And did you see him head towards the basement area?
I told him I would go with him.
Okay. Did you in fact go with him?
I did.
And prior to you leaving the kitchen area, did you say anything in terms of Mr. Oz, paramedic Oz, and the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you so much. See, I have to, when I try to boost it, then this happens. So it's either we can't hear and there's no skipping, or we can hear and it does this. Gotta love Chrome. Melissa Ann, member for 3 months. Thank you so much. I love you, your channel, your community, and Southern accent.
What did you
Thank you
say?
for all that you do. The bonds there, hard work. Thank you so much, Melissa Ann. I appreciate it.
She stayed there.
Okay. Now, can you tell?
Let me see if I can get the, it's only on Chrome.
Us what happened? Did you go down to the basement with paramedic
I did.
Oz?
Let me see if I can get the other one to work.
Okay, thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you very much.
All right, let's try this again.
After so just focusing on what rooms or what you observed the room to look like.
Okay. They had entered the far bedroom of the residence. I asked Jean, what are you guys doing? He said she wanted to wash her hands. I said, did she wash her hands? He said, yes, she washed her hands and face.
Okay.
At that time, Cara reached and turned the bedroom light on and said, I just want to get Anne-Marie's phone. At that point, I looked off to the right. I seen the cell phone flashing. There's like a flashing green light on the cell phone. And I had instructed her that I don't want her to touch anything else. I just wanted to go back to the kitchen.
Okay. And was she compliant with that?
She absolutely was. She said, I understand. At that point, she said, I understand. I'm the #1 suspect.
At what point in time did she say, I understand, I'm the #1 suspect?
When I asked her to go back to the kitchen and not touch anything.
And it was in response to that statement that she made that comment?
That's correct.
Did you respond to that in any way?
I told her it was just important that we find out what happened.
Going back to a moment, you said that whenever you were in the bedroom, the defendant said, "I want to get Ann's phone." Is that correct?
Correct.
And you saw a phone
I
in the
did see
bedroom?
them.
You want to display what's been marked as exhibit number 12 to the jurors to see? And if I could just ask you, Lieutenant, to please stand and use the pointer. Do you recognize what's depicted generally in this photograph?
I do.
What is that?
That's the cell phone that she was reaching for.
Okay. In the bedroom that you were in?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe you indicated that you saw some form of a light on that
I
phone?
believe there was a green flashing light on it when I entered the room.
Okay.
Closed caption is on, but they're
The
not
phone was not moved
using the
at
microphone,
time
so it's
that you
not
were
picking
in
it up.
there. Okay, thank you. Resume your seat. Thank you very much.
They've done something to where they're not turning their audio on, so I can't. I've got it turned up, but it's not picking up because they're not using their audio. It's not picking up the closed
After-
captions.
I believe you indicated, I'm sorry, was it as you were exiting the bedroom that the defendant made that statement that you indicated, "I understand I'm the number one suspect"?
Yes,
In the hallway area?
yes,
And where did you and her go at that point in time?
back in the kitchen.
Okay. At that point in time, did you have any idea how Anna Marie had died?
No idea.
Had you told the defendant that she was a suspect?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to suspect her of anything at that point?
No, I had not.
Did you return specifically to the table area of the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you have any additional conversation or did Kara make any additional statements to you at that point in time?
None to my recollection.
Do you remember having a conversation specifically about mac and cheese?
Yes.
And what do you remember?
Cara was incredibly worried about both Brianna eating and also the dog getting some insulin and food because he had a diabetic issue.
Okay. And did she make any specific requests regarding those two issues?
She said that she had some mac and cheese from Burger King in the car. She asked that everybody at Pandora, I believe, go get it and bring it to them.
And did you observe Paramedic Pandora do that? If you did.
I just need to
Okay. Now, while you were back at the kitchen area and the kitchen table with the defendant, did you observe her using a cell phone?
I did.
And what observations did you make in that regard?
Cara made multiple phone calls. She called her parents. She called Anne Marie's parents, and I believe maybe a sibling. I'm not sure. I don't recall exactly who she was calling.
And that was from the kitchen table area?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, at some point, did members of another law enforcement agency arrive on scene?
Yes.
And who do you remember arriving that was not affiliated specifically with the Granby Police Department?
State Police Detective Jamie McGarry.
Okay. Are you familiar, or were you familiar prior to that date with Trooper Jamie McGarry?
Not particularly. I
Okay.
knew who he was, but I never worked any cases or anything.
Okay. And you were familiar that he was a state police trooper?
That's correct.
Again, without getting into any content, did you have any form of conversation with him, or did other members at the scene have conversation with him? To your knowledge?
I'm unaware.
Okay,
I had not spoken to him.
okay. At some point after Trooper McGarry arrived, was there a decision made about the doorway, the side doorway to the home?
There was.
And what was that decision?
We were asked,
Yes. What he was asked. May I answer?
we were asked to exit the residence and re-enter the home through the front door. And we all exited and went through the front.
Do you remember who asked you to do that?
I don't remember if it was Trooper McGarry or Sergeant Smith, one of the two.
Okay,
I believe it was Detective McGarion's decision, but I don't remember who told it.
Okay, and was that done at that
Yes.
time?
Yes,
And so, did people that were in the house exit out of the side door area
yes,
and then re-enter the home? I think you might have said through the front door.
that's correct.
Okay, and what portion of the home does the front door lead into?
The living room.
Now, I know you indicated that you had been at the kitchen table with the defendant prior to this happening, like we just talked about, correct?
That's correct.
When, everyone exited the house, did she exit the house as well?
Yes,
Did she re-enter through the front door with everyone else?
yes.
Did you stay with her at that point in time?
For a period of time until Detective Fenn arrived.
Okay, and who is Detective Fenn?
She is a detective with the Granby Police Department.
Is her first name Barb?
Barbara Fenn.
Okay. And was she then, a person that stayed in the living room with the defendant?
For some time, yes.
Okay, and you walked away after she arrived?
That is correct.
At some point, did you return to the living room area and have some additional conversation with the defendant there?
I did.
Do you know about how long you were gone, if you know?
I don't know specifically. It was long enough for her to change her clothing and sign some papers with the state police.
Okay. And you came back to the living room and spoke with her?
I did.
Do you remember if you were sitting or standing, if you know?
I don't recall specifically, but I think we were sitting down.
Okay. What do you remember was discussed during that conversation?
It was just very cordial conversation, basically about our children. We both have children named Brianna. Had some, casual conversation about children playing sports and just regular stuff.
Okay. Things not related to the
Not at
house
all.
that day, correct?
Not at all.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor during the conversation that you were having about your personal lives?
Very relaxed.
Now, at some point, are you aware that ultimately everyone in the house vacated the home and the house was seized essentially, that no one else could go back into the house at some point?
Yes,
And are you aware that at some point after that, members of the state police took a video inside of the home
yes,
and the exterior of the home?
that's correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view that
I
video?
had.
And does that video fairly and accurately reflect the way the portions of the home looked to you when you first observed them on the night of March 29th?
It did.
At this point, I would ask to play the video, which has been marked already as exhibit number 13. It's approximately 23 minutes in length.
Great.
Thank you.
It's a cute house. I don't have it. I'm sure it's on the court papers, but I haven't pulled them since I wasn't planning on us watching this until last minute. Okay, we're going to do the video at 1.25 during this part, just so we can catch up on that last minute and a half, 2 minutes before we. Is it still loud? I've got my microphone way out here and I'm leaned back and I'm not talking loud to make up for that. To make up for their audio being so bad. So, Kelly, the first two were hung juries. The third, she was convicted and sentenced to life, but they overturned the conviction because of a paint expert not being qualified properly, or not qualified to say the things that they said. So now they're not allowed to say fresh paint. That's like the floor is lava in this case. Like you can't say fresh paint, or we all have to start over. So they're retrying this. So this is the fourth trial. 2 hung juries, 1 overturned conviction. Their daughter would be like 15 now. It's crazy, huh? And she was 2 at the time. Ooh, that little kitchen. It's funny that when you're a kid, like you want a kitchen and you want to play in the kitchen like you're cooking. And then when you get to be an adult, you're like, oh my God, don't make me cook anymore. Neely says, I love to cook and feed people. It's the cleaning I hate. It's the cleaning I hate too. And I used to love it to cook and feed people, but I did it for every single night pretty much for almost 19 years. And I cooked, and then I would make everybody's plates, serve the family, then I would clean. I'm burnt out. Now I order factor meals. Pop them suckers in the microwave 2 minutes. No dishes, no cooking. I still cook sometimes because I like the way I make things. So from what we heard, they're saying that they had been fussing and that they had like a toxic relationship, and they had a no abuse order, which I had never heard of, where they told him, hey, y'all don't abuse each other. But I'd never heard that. But and there were talks of divorce and stuff. So that's what the prosecution is saying. Defense is saying that there was a love triangle, that there was some infidelity, and that the guy that she had this love triangle with is the one who did it. Yeah, I didn't know that was like you had to have direction. That's where things went wrong, apparently. I didn't know you had to have that in paper. Julie said, I made one thing in an easy bake oven and never touched an oven again. I loved my easy bake oven, but the thing is, it's like you'd be like, yeah, I want cookies. And then like 12 business days later, they were ready from cooking on that little light bulb. 18 Barton Street. Ambercy, that's awesome. Whoa, easy bake ovens are over $100 now, really? You also can't get a $7 pair of pants anymore either, apparently. But in 2010 at the Walmart in Boston, you could. Lisa Wilmot, yes, yes. Slow cooker and an air fryer are my new friends. I never use my oven. Now that when I cook, I only cook for me. I hardly ever use my oven. I'll make scrambled eggs in a coffee mug in the morning, and I'll put like cheese and ham or something in there, ham or bacon or something like that. I'll eat those in the morning. I don't even use my stove for that. Karen Ann, I'm not sure. I haven't heard. Does anybody know this? If her daughter supports her? I mean, her daughter was 2 when it happened, so I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I crack my eggs in a coffee mug and then just mix them like you're scrambling eggs in a bowl. And I put a little bit of cheese and salt and pepper in there, and then some ham or something, and put it in the microwave for like 1 minute, and then mix it up a little bit again and put it back in there for another minute. That's how I make my eggs every morning. In a coffee mug. And I spray the coffee mug with like cooking spray before I do it, so then it cleans right up. What tip? The eggs? Eggs in a coffee mug. Spray it with cooking spray first. One minute. Mix it up 1 minute in the microwave. Take it out, mix it up again, and then 1 more minute. Yes, Selena, they had a 2-year-old. And when she was out running her errands, she was with the 2-year-old going all around town. There you go. I think they're just showing the state of the home when they got there, just to document anything that may have looked out of place, or if there was any struggle or a break-in, or, you know, the place is not like ransacked as if it was getting robbed, that type of thing. Yeah, Connie Munster, they're saying that she was running all around town because she was building her alibi. That's what the prosecution is saying. That she was only doing that to build an alibi. I do 2 eggs with that, yeah. I put milk in my scrambled eggs. I don't put milk in the cup eggs though. I love a crock pot too. I love making barbecue in a crock pot. And I'll make my own barbecue sauce and I'll put it in there with it, and then let the whole thing cook all day. It's so good. Someone had asked me to start making cooking videos on the channel. Like, that would require me having to clean again. Hi, Lynn, welcome. Megs, take a picture. Peter Steele, I have not seen if the boyfriend, I haven't seen the witness list. So I don't know if the boyfriend's on it or not. That'll be interesting to see though, since defense is saying that, you know, he's the one responsible for all this. They have a new pic. Let me pull it up. let's see, the they have him coming out in a hospital gown.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for the witness. Thank you for the time.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Lieutenant, is it fair to say that when you showed up at the crime scene, you were the most senior person there initially?
Here we go with
Initially,
cross.
Yes.
I was the only person there.
Okay. And until Trooper McGarry came, were you the most senior person there?
No, I was not.
Who was more senior than you?
Sergeant Smith.
And what was his rank and your rank back then?
I was a patrolman, he was sergeant.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I was a patrolman, he was sergeant.
Okay, so you were a patrolman back then.
That's correct.
And how many years had you done patrolman up to the time that you walked into the scene on March 29th, 2010?
I believe 8.
Okay. Now, those 8 years, is it fair to say you've never responded to a homicide?
That's correct.
So this would have been the very first homicide that you've ever responded to in your 8 years of experience up until the day that you walked in. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it also fair to say, sir, that when you got to the scene, let me ask you, did you do anything to protect the integrity of the crime scene before you entered the house?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. In other words, before you walked in the house, did you put any gloves on? Did you put any booties on? Did you do anything like that?
I didn't know I was responding to a crime scene.
Well, you knew it was a domestic, right?
That's correct.
That's a crime, right?
Not a crime scene until it becomes one.
Okay. So you get to the front door and it's open, right?
That's correct.
And you hear the screaming from downstairs, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, you stop and put booties on, put gloves on, start to protect the integrity of the crime scene?
No.
And is that because you've never responded to a homicide before this incident on the 29th of March?
No, that's because I've never done that at domestic law.
Okay. Now, sir, when you noticed that the front door was open and you walked into that the front side door, when you walked into the side door and it was open and you heard the yelling from downstairs, one of the first things you did was to go downstairs and try to figure out what was going on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you got down to the bottom of the stairs, you saw Cara Rintala and you saw her cradling, who you later came to believe was her wife. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, sir, when you went downstairs, you'd indicated, I think, on direct examination, that you, at that point, well, let me ask you this. Once you went downstairs and you realized that the victim was dead, did you do anything to search the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you do anything to speak to Cara Rintala about the door being opened and anything about the door being opened?
You mean while I was in the basement?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And once you understood that you couldn't render any aid to the victim in this case, did you go and search the rest of that house?
I did not.
Did you go to look to see if anyone was there?
I did not.
Did you go to look to see if anyone might have left through the front door?
I did not.
Did you look at any of the bedrooms?
I did not.
Did you look at any part of the house?
I stayed with Cara.
Okay. And we stayed with Cara because you heard it was a domestic, right?
That's correct.
And when you were downstairs, and you determined that you couldn't render any aid to the victim at this point, when you asked Cara to get out from underneath
her wife's body. She didn't refuse to do that, is that right? She was cooperative with you, right?
Absolutely.
And when she told you she needed a little bit of assistance, you provided that assistance, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And when you provided that assistance, she followed your instructions, right?
That's correct.
Didn't try to run away, right? Didn't try to run out of the house, right? And you asked her to not touch anything, right?
That's correct.
And she complied with that by folding her arms, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what you told her to do, not touch anything on the way up the stairs, right?
That's correct.
And then you directed her to the kitchen, is that right?
That is correct.
And when you directed her to the kitchen, she sat there, right?
That's correct.
And she answered all of your questions, right?
That's correct.
She didn't refuse to answer a single question, is that right?
No, she did not.
Okay. And she didn't ask to talk to a lawyer, right?
No, she did not.
She sat there and she answered your questions because she was assisting in your investigation at that point. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
And you considered her a suspect because of the domestic, right?
I never referred to her as a suspect.
No, you never referred to her as a suspect, but you knew it was a domestic and you didn't leave her side, right?
She was upset, that's what I said.
Oh, you were there to calm her down, not to do your job?
Oh.
I'll rephrase that. So you said you were there to assist her, is that right?
Used to that.
So were you there to assist her, sir?
I was there because I was called there.
On a domestic?
And I was instructed by my supervisor to stay with her. That's correct.
Because somebody thought she was a suspect, right?
Nobody said she was a suspect.
I didn't say you said it, sir, that wasn't my question.
I never said she was a suspect, and I didn't think she was a suspect. I didn't even know it was a murder.
Well, when you saw the dead body, you knew it was a murder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So when you saw the dead body, sir, and you're instructed by your supervisor to stay with Cara Rintala, at that point, sir, you know that there's something going on, right?
There was something going on.
Okay. And at that point, sir, when you know that there's something going on, you don't leave Cara's side, is that right?
That's correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that she asked, well, she made some phone calls. She didn't just make the phone calls, she asked to make the phone calls, right? She didn't just pick up her phone and start dialing, right?
No.
She asked for permission before she even picked up the phone, right?
That's correct.
And she didn't try to hide her phone from you, right?
No.
She made the phone calls in your presence, right?
That's correct.
She didn't ask to step outside, she didn't ask to be alone, she didn't ask to go anywhere. She sat at the table after she got permission and she made the phone calls, is that right?
That is right.
And she called her mother, you said maybe her parents in some way, and Ann's parents.
I believe so.
And you think there might have been somebody else that she called, but you weren't listening to that intently, so you don't know, right? And all of those conversations that she had at the kitchen table, is that right?
Correct.
While she was not walking around the crime scene because you were told to stay with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were gonna stay with her until somebody relieved you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in your mind, at that point, you'd known about the domestic, right?
Yes.
And you were instructed to stay with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you said, on direct examination, you indicated that when there was this conversation with Cara Rintala about any medical conditions that her wife may have had, you were asked questions about what you remembered. And one of the things you said was that Cara responded something like, only her double D boobs. You remember that?
Yes.
It's not all she said, right?
That's not all.
Okay, she actually said that beyond the asthma and the overnight stuff, the only other issue she was having was her double D boobs causing her difficulty sleeping,
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
Okay, but you didn't remember that on direct examination, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, and then she was asked again about anything else about what she wants to share. And do you remember her sharing that Cara Rintala told you, or was sitting at the table, that her wife's double D boobs were causing her some difficulty breathing?
That's correct.
And that was in response to, are there any medical issues going on?
That's correct.
All right, so it wasn't just talking about double D boobs, it was in relationship to whether or not they would have affected her medically, is that right? Okay. Now,
He's a good attorney.
when you talked about that side door that you were in and out, before Trooper McGarrian got there, and do you know what time Trooper McGarrian got there?
I don't recall.
Was it hours? Was it minutes?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was there somebody who was keeping a log of people who were coming in and out of the crime scene?
Sergeant Smith.
Okay. And before you came here today, did you look at any log to determine what time people
No, I did
came?
not.
But there's a log that exists
Yes.
that keeps track of who comes and goes from the crime scene, right?
Yes, he kept that log.
Okay. And do you remember how many times before you were asked to use that front door, that you actually walked in and out that side door?
That I actually walked in and out?
Yes,
I believe twice.
you walked in and out twice.
That's correct.
What about other members that were there, other paramedics or police officers, first responders? You know how many times they use that door to walk in and out? Was every time the door was used to walk in and out noted on the log, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge,
Yes?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I didn't keep the log.
But you didn't review the log before you came
No,
here
no.
today? Okay. And do you remember seeing Gene Oss come through that side door?
I heard him come through the side door, yes.
You heard him, so you know at least he went in and out, right?
Correct.
And so he came in through the side door, he left through the side door, he came in again through the side door, and went downstairs, is that right? Okay. And I think you said on direct examination that shortly after you arrived, that Gene Ott arrived, is that right?
Shortly after I arrived,
Yes.
Sergeant Smith arrived.
Okay, and then who arrived? After Sergeant Smith, who arrived?
Gene Oss?
Okay, and within a minute of when Sergeant Smith arrived, is that right?
No.
Was it a minute?
No.
I remember saying that it was a minute?
Are you talking about Gene Oss?
Yes.
No.
Okay, how many minutes between?
I don't recall, and it was quite some time.
It was. Approach the witness, Your Honor.
May.
It's page 199. Sir, I'm going to ask you to read lines 20 to 25 to yourself, please. Approach the witness, Your Honor.
May.
Sir, does that refresh your memory as to when you testified previously and you were asked the same exact question about how soon Gene Ott arrived? You said you weren't exactly sure, but it wasn't that long. Did you say that, sir?
I didn't recall how long, but yes.
Wasn't that
It
long?
wasn't that long, correct.
But you just said a few minutes ago,
It wasn't a minute, yes.
you didn't say it wasn't a minute. You said it
Didn't
wasn't
say
that
it
quick, is what
It
you
wasn't
said.
a minute,
Okay. But you said before it wasn't that long, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And when Oz wanted to go to the basement, you accompanied him, is that right?
That is not correct.
It's not, okay. So at some point in time, Oz comes to the same door that everyone else is going in and out of, is that right?
Correct.
And he went to the basement, is that right?
Correct.
And he was back up within a very few seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're still in the kitchen with Cara Rintala, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed in the kitchen with Cara Rintala until paramedic Pandora arrived on the scene, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And when paramedic Pandora came in, is it fair to say that he wanted to go into the basement?
Yes,
And did you accompany him to the basement?
I did.
And did you see him walk down the stairs?
I did.
And did you hear him say, "I'm all set" at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
And you never saw him go over to the body, is that right?
I did not.
So he got to the bottom of the stairs, he said, "I'm all set," and then he walked back up, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you told us on direct examination that you were able to identify those footprints as yours. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Okay, and it indicated it was because there was a certain kind of boot that you use, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the boot that you use as a police officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And did they have a specific name for the boots?
Those particular boots are Rockies.
Rockies. And is it fair to say, sir, that Rockies are used by many police officers,
Yes, they are.
by many first responders,
Yes,
many paramedics,
I would assume so, yes.
many firefighters?
Correct.
Okay. And you told us, sir, that you were sure that those footprints that you talked about were yours, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you ever, sir, remember, with respect to those footprints, do you ever remember asking anyone to take your shoes?
I don't understand.
Well, you knew you had stepped in what you said was paint, right?
Correct.
Do you ever remember saying to anyone, hey, I may have contaminated the crime scene here. You might want to take my boots to see what's going on. Did you say that, sir?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you say that, sir?
I didn't ask anybody to take my shoes.
Did you do anything to preserve the bottom of your shoes, sir?
No.
And sir, you're not a shoe print expert, is that right?
No.
And I think you told us on direct examination, you knew that they were your shoes because your wife gets mad at you when you track stuff through the house, right?
Yes, and I've seen myself making the prints.
But you don't know what other people's boots look like making the prints, do you, sir?
No.
And if everyone's wearing the same boots, sir, you can't tell with any certainty that those are actually your boots, is that right, sir?
I was the only one in the room making those prints at the time.
Well, you don't know that, sir.
Objection.
I'll let him answer, so overruled.
Those prints were not there before I was there.
Okay, sir. So you made all of the prints downstairs?
To my knowledge, yes.
Well, but you don't know, sir. You're guessing, right? You're
Objection.
guessing that you made all the prints.
Hold on, sustain, at this point.
So, sir, when you say to your knowledge, it's possible somebody else made some prints there, isn't that right? One of the other responders?
Anything's possible.
Is that a yes, sir? It's possible somebody else made those prints?
Anything's possible.
Is that a yes, sir?
Anything's
Objection.
possible.
Sustain, that's his answer.
Yes, sir. You also indicated on direct examination that you went over and you felt the carotid pulse of Anne-Marie Rintala, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have gloves on at the time, sir?
I believe I did,
Okay. Why did you put the gloves on?
because she had blood on
I
her.
didn't say why, when?
I'm assuming while I was standing there, keeping them on my pocket.
Okay. So you took your gloves out and you put them on, is that
Correct.
right? And then you leaned down and you tried to find a pulse, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated on direct examination that she was stiff and cold, is that right?
Correct.
Now, sir, you don't have any training in detecting rigor mortis
No,
or anything like that, is that correct? Okay. You'd agree, sir, that Anne-Marie Rintala weighed, well, let me just say this. She was a heavier woman, is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. And when you assisted in getting Anne-Marie Rintala off of Cara Rintala's lap, you did that with the assistance of another officer, is that right?
Correct.
Who was wearing the same kind of boots you had on, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And sir, when you said on direct examination, you removed Cara, you brought her upstairs, you told her not to touch anything, she sat and made those phone calls. You also testified that at some point you see her in the bathroom, and you had learned that she had washed her hands and face, is that right?
Correct.
And she didn't do that without permission either, did she, sir?
No, she did not.
She asked for permission to go wash her face and hands, right?
Correct.
She didn't just get up and wash her face and hands, right?
Not that I'm aware of, I wasn't there.
But but you know that she was in there in the company of another police officer who allowed her in the bathroom to wash her hands, right? Paramedic, who allowed her in the bathroom to wash her hands and to wash her face, right? And she didn't hide that from anyone, right?
No, she did not.
And she asked for permission, right?
I don't know, you'll have to ask him.
Well, she didn't get up, nobody stopped her, right?
Again, you'll have to ask him.
Did you ever hear anything in the course of this investigation that someone stopped Cara Rintala from going into the bathroom to wash her hands?
Overruled.
Did you ever hear that, sir?
I know, no, I have not.
Now, sir, you also mentioned on direct examination that at some point Cara Rintala changed her clothes, right?
That's correct.
That's because you guys asked her for her clothes and she voluntarily gave them to you, right?
I believe the state police did, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't a situation where she said, ha, let me go in the room and change my clothes, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you asked her for her clothes and she cooperated and gave you the clothes, right?
She did give them her clothes, yes.
Okay, and then, sir, with respect to Trooper McGarion's arrival, whenever that was, sir, is it fair to say that he took over the investigation, he was in charge when he got there?
That is correct.
And is that because he had experience in investigating homicides?
That's who we used, yes.
Because they're the state police, right?
Correct.
And no one on your department, not just you, but nobody in your department had any experience investigating homicides. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And it hadn't been a murder in Brandi for 50 years before this, is that fair to say?
Probably fair to say.
Okay. And so when when Trooper McGarion, Detective Trooper? Okay, Detective Trooper McGarion arrived, he took over, right?
That's correct.
And he's the one who made decisions about what should happen that night and where everyone went, is that right?
That's to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Cara Rintala that night at the kitchen table, she wasn't trying to hide the fact that she had this argument with Anne Marie the night before over a male guest that was at her house, right?
Not at all.
She didn't try to hide that not once, right?
No, she did not.
Okay. And she didn't do anything to try to hide her phone, right? In fact, she gave you her phone, right? She gave the phone over in the investigation?
I believe she had.
Okay. And that was voluntarily, right?
I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And she also gave permission to search the house, right?
Yes,
She wasn't looking for anyone to go get a search warrant. She just said, do it, search the house, right?
that's correct.
Because she was cooperating in the investigation.
To my knowledge, yes.
I don't have any further.
May I?
You may.
Lieutenant, I just want to follow up on your testimony regarding your rocky boots and the boot prints that we observed in the photograph. Now, I believe you indicated that you had stepped through paint.
That is correct.
Okay, and were you aware that you were stepping through paint at the time you were stepping through paint?
At that particular time, not until I moved,
Okay, and how did you become aware that you had stepped through paint?
because I left footprints,
Okay, and how do you know that you left those footprints?
because I watched myself do it.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Every time I took a step, I made a print.
Okay, does that include the prints that we're seeing here on exhibit number 6 that you indicated were around Anne Marie's right hand?
By her hand in her head, yes, that would be me.
Okay, and you watched yourself make those?
I did.
Okay. I know you indicated that you didn't ask anyone to take your shoes. Do you remember if anyone did take your
I
shoes?
do believe the state police took my shoes.
Okay, so you didn't ask anyone to take them,
No, I did not.
but they did take them?
I believe that it did.
So just to clarify in regards to the initial dispatch, I believe you testified that the dispatch was for a possible domestic disturbance, correct?
Correct.
And that it's, in addition to those 3 words, you received information that there was a man in a basement, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on scene at 18 Barton Street, was there a man in the basement?
No, there was not.
Okay. And based on that, did you determine that you had received, at least in part, some inaccurate information?
I did.
I believe you testified previously that when you came upon Anne, and even when you went upstairs, you did not know how she had been killed, correct?
That is correct.
Did that change at all the entire time you were there that night? In other words, Did you ever know why you were, as you were there that night, how Ann was killed?
I have no idea.
And when I asked that, I'm asking, did you even know it was a homicide?
I did not.
Okay, so it could have been medical,
That's correct.
could have been natural,
That's correct.
should have fell on the stairs.
That's correct.
And I believe you indicated with defense counsel that you were instructed, I believe you said by your supervisor, to stay with the defendant, is that correct? Is that Sergeant Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And if there had been any other adults in the house at that time besides the defendant, would they have been allowed by you or your department to walk around the house?
Objection.
Overruled.
So that would have applied to anyone that would have been in the house at that time.
That's correct.
And I believe you just indicated to Attorney Scapicchio, in terms of who was responsible for the investigation in this case, it was not the Brandi Police Department, correct?
Correct.
It was the State Police Detective Unit,
That's correct.
and once they were on scene, it was essentially their case to investigate.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions on it.
Leave that photo up, please. Sir,
Yes.
remember telling us when you were first, may I approach the
You may.
thank you. Remember telling us when you first came downstairs that you walked around this way and up here where all these prints are? Remember telling us that?
Yes, that bag wasn't there.
Right, so you walked around, so you walked down the stairs, around here and all the way to here, is that right?
Thank you. This bag was not.
Right.
I came right through here.
Okay, and so you went from the stairs this way, without the bag,
Correct.
this way,
That's correct.
all the way to right here, is that right?
Correct.
And it's your testimony, even though you don't have any scientific training, that these are your prints, is that right?
Objection in the form.
Same to the form, if you can just ask the question.
Sure.
The scientific training part.
Sure, Judge. And it's your testimony, these are your prints, right?
That is my belief. Those are my prints.
Okay. You don't know that, you believe that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess, who made these prints and these prints? If you didn't go in that direction.
I don't know, but they're not the same.
So there's two different sets of prints down
That
there.
could be Sergeant Smith. I have no idea.
Okay, so now we've established that there's two different sets of footprints in that cellar. Is that right, sir?
I don't know those to be prints.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay, but this, may I approach again, Judge?
You may.
This right here isn't your footprint, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know that to be a footprint.
You were saying here and here.
This is not your footprint, is that right, sir?
I
That's
would not.
somebody else's footprint.
I would not think that's my print.
And that's somebody else who had the same type of shoes that you had, is that
That
right?
would be correct.
And do you know whether or not anyone investigated this footprint?
I don't know.
Okay? And then, sir, do you know whether or not when the body was removed, if there were any footprints underneath Ann Rintala?
I have no idea.
But you only know, according to you, that these prints up here are yours, is that right?
That's correct.
And all these over here, did you walk in this direction too?
That's how I pulled her.
That's how you rolled her?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you're standing, you said you took this part of her arm, is that right?
That's correct.
And your footprint would be all the way over here?
Yes. I
To
had
pull her.
Correct.
Okay. And then, sir, there appears to be a footprint here. You know who made that footprint?
I don't know. That could be me. I
Okay.
don't know exactly where I was standing at the time.
But did anyone ever ask you to retrace your steps
No.
in the basement that night so that somebody could determine what prints may have been yours and what prints may have been somebody else's?
No.
Did anyone ask you to go downstairs and say, tell us exactly where you went that night? How did you get around the body? Did anyone say that?
No.
No further questions. Okay.
Okay, you step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's like, get me out of here.
Okay, call our next witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mark Smith, please.
Oh, this is the boyfriend? Is this the boyfriend? Alleged boyfriend? The mister? All right, just so you know, we have about 30 minutes until Dr. G. So if we if we don't make it through boyfriend,
Shall
we
I
can
swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall
come
give
back.
to the court and jury in the case now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or do you so?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for us?
Good afternoon, my name is Mark Smith, M-A-R-K, S-M-I-T-H.
What do you currently do for work, sir?
I'm the chief of police in the town of Northfield, Massachusetts.
How long
Oh,
have you
that's
been a
different,
chief
Mark.
Going on 8 years.
Can you give us a sense of what size department, what type of department that is?
It's a smaller department, I mean, a total of 7 full-timers.
How many folks in town?
A little over 4,000, about 4,500 in that area.
Wrong, Mark.
You've been the chief there since 2015, is that right?
Yes.
And where were you employed before that?
I was chief of police in the town of Hinsdale in western Massachusetts for about 1.25 years.
And prior to that?
I was a police officer in the town of Granby for just about 19 years.
So all told, sir, how many years of experience in law enforcement do you have?
I'm going on 28 years.
Now, how does the town you're currently chief in compare in size to Granby?
Department-wise, about half the size. People-wise, Granby was about 6,200. I think we're about 4,500. So.
And let's go back a little bit and tell us how it was you came to be employed in law enforcement. What was your education, training, and experience?
It started when I was interviewed by the Granby Police Department, and from there I was lucky to be chosen to go to the part-time academy. From there I went to the part-time academy and spent 4 years as a part-timer on the department. And just after that time, I was lucky enough to become a full-time police officer, to which at that point I attended the full-time police academy.
And in going through the full-time, even the part-time and full-time academy, did any of your training involve first responder training or first aid training?
Yes.
Please describe that for the jury.
In both the Reserve Academy as well as the full-time academy, to be a police officer in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you have to have first responder training. And that training includes a portion of CPR training and also basic first aid techniques and stuff that we use in the field to handle emergencies that we come across.
And what type of equipment or medical supplies or devices does that training involve?
With the CPR, it's we have the AED that we carry, and then you're talking equipment, sir.
Yes. Equipment and or supplies.
And the supplies that we carry, it's a jump bag, it has oxygen in it, it has all kinds of bandages, anything for basic life support that we can do in the field.
Now, when you became a full-time member of the Granby Police Department, describe to the jury what your duties, ranks, and assignments consisted of during years.
When I first became full-time, I was the first full-time school resource officer in the department, so I spent 3 years doing that. From that position, I moved into being a full-time detective position for the next 3 years, and then shortly after that, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant.
And what did your duties consist of as a sergeant compared to a patrol officer?
When I became a sergeant, I worked days during the week, so my responsibility was to supervise the detective bureau as well as the school resource officer. And I worked along with the chief during that time. So during the day, the day-to-day operations when I was on duty was under my supervision.
At the time you were a sergeant, did you come to know or supervise a patrol officer by the name of Gary Kohler?
Yes.
And is that the same Gary Kohler who was just testifying before you?
Yes.
And am I correct, he's risen to the rank of lieutenant nowadays, am I right?
Yes.
Back in 2010, am I right, he was a patrol officer at that time?
Yes.
And you were a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during your time in law enforcement, not just in Granby, but do you have experience responding to death scenes?
I do.
And could you please give us some sense of what experience you have in that field?
I've responded to numerous natural cause, a lot of those we unfortunately respond to, car accidents, so on and so forth.
And have you seen deceased individuals in various stages of death, so to speak?
Yes, I have.
Now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the evening of March 29th, 2010, around 7:12 p.m. or so, give or take. Do you recall if you were working that evening?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a call or a dispatch about an incident in Granby?
I did.
Can you please describe to the jury where you were and what you remember hearing?
I was on cruiser patrol within the town, and dispatch notified me to respond to matters in town for a disturbance.
And do you recall any additional information or specifics or descriptions about what the nature of this call might be that you were going to?
It was described to me as a possible domestic.
And when you heard possible domestic, based upon your training and experience, what images or what concepts were going through your head at that point?
Objection.
Well, if I could rephrase it. Okay. What did you understand that to mean?
Objection.
Basis?
Relevance.
Overruled.
What did you understand that term to mean, sir?
Some kind of disturbance generally.
And when you say generally, what do you mean?
It could be, there's a lot of things when we get dispatched to that type of call that we take into consideration. Could it be a verbal disturbance? Absolutely. Could it be a physical disturbance? Absolutely. It's until we get there, we don't know. We just know there's some kind of disturbance within generally a household between usually family members or people that live together.
Is it necessarily between two married folks?
It can be, yes, it can be, but it can also just be people that live or reside in the same residence.
If two siblings were arguing or fighting, would that be considered a possible domestic?
Yes,
Or a niece and aunt?
yes,
Basically amongst family members or household members?
yes,
And you said it could be physical, could be verbal, could be some combination of the two?
correct.
All right. So were you given a particular address or area of town to respond to?
Yes,
And what was that?
18 Barton.
Now, when you heard 18 Barton, just over the dispatch, did you immediately know, or did you eventually come to learn whose house that was?
I knew those residents were.
Okay. And who did you know it to be?
It was Cara and Marie.
And when you say Cara and Anne Marie Rintala, am I correct that Cara Rintala is the same person here in court, dressed in pink?
Yes,
Okay. How did you know that was Cara and Anne Marie's house?
Objection, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the boyfriend had a whole wife. And she had a whole wife. But that didn't stop them from doing the dang thing. Messy. Messy.
Sir, prior to this evening, how were you familiar with Cara and Anne Rintala?
we first met, we had an accident on the street that both of them had come out and done an extraordinary job helping us with a car accident that was on the street as well as giving us information as to what it might have happened.
Did you have any other additional familiarity or knowledge of Anne and Cara Rintala?
I did because they worked on the EMS service in town, so I had the opportunity to work with them from time to time.
Now, do you recall approximately how long it took you to respond to 18 Barton Street from when you first heard the dispatch?
I'm going to say approximately a minute or so.
And was any other member of your department already on scene when you got there?
Yes,
Who was that?
at the time it was Officer Pullman.
How did you know it was Gary Kohler?
We were the only two that were on duty. And I heard a call out over the radio.
What does calling out over the radio mean?
He said he's arrived at the location.
So you knew prior to arriving that he had gotten there first.
Yes.
So describe for us what you did when you got there, where you went, what you saw.
I pulled in, I parked behind Officer Pullman's cruiser at the time, and I went into the residence.
How did you get into the house?
I went through the door that's on the side of the house that faces the garage, I opened the door.
Okay. And if I could pull up exhibit number 3 for a moment, sir, on the presenter and show you on the monitor, either to your left or right, whichever one is easier to see. Showing you exhibit number 3. Is this the door you're referring to, the door that you used to get into the house?
Yes,
When you entered through that side door, do you recall seeing or hearing anyone in the house?
when I first entered the door, I did not hear anything when I first entered.
Okay. Did you look around or take a peek in the kitchen area looking for anyone?
I did, I looked to the immediate right, when you walk in the door, there's a kitchen area, so I looked to see if I could find where my partner was.
Was anyone in the kitchen?
No,
At some point, did you hear one or more voices coming from somewhere else in the house?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
I heard a male and a female voice, which appeared to be coming from the downstairs area, the cellar, basement area.
And I'm sorry, did you say it was a male and a female voice?
Yes,
Did you recognize either of them at that point?
I recognized my partner, Officer Polar's voice.
Okay. Did you recognize the female's voice?
At that time, I did not.
Could you make out anything she was saying?
At that point from upstairs, no.
And could you tell what that female voice's demeanor sounded like?
It sounded upset.
So what'd you do then?
I proceeded to go downstairs.
And if I could please show you, sir, on the screen again, exhibit number 5. Do you recognize this photo, sir?
Yes,
And what does it show?
those are the stairs that I used to go down into the basement.
And as you were descending those stairs into the basement, what's the first thing you recall seeing toward the bottom of the stairs?
I remember seeing a foot at the bottom of the stairs.
And is the photo that's on the monitor now, does that fairly and accurately either represent or sort of recreate what you saw that night?
Yes,
Ascending further down the stairs, did your view of the basement expand?
yes.
What else or what additionally could you see now?
At that point, I could see where Officer Polar was.
And describe for us what you saw Officer Polar doing or where he was.
Officer Polar was standing at the bottom stairs off to the right. And I also at that point saw Cara Rintala was there as well as a female that I at that point had no idea who was.
Sir, pulling up exhibit number 6. Other than Officer Polar and Cara Rintala not being in this photo, is this otherwise a fair and accurate representation of what you saw in the basement when you descended the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could you please sort of fill in the blanks for us and describe where Officer Polar was and where Cara Rintala was when you first came down the stairs?
Cara was sitting down with the legs extended, and her legs would have been extended under the torso, the back portion of Anna Marie. And Officer Polar was standing more towards the head area of where Anna Marie is.
Okay. Now, I believe you just referred to Anne Marie Rintala by her name, correct? Yes?
Yes,
But at the moment you first came down the stairs and you first laid eyes on her, did you recognize her at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Other than being a white female, you didn't know her identity at that point?
I did not.
Could you describe for us, please? You've already said that she was, Cara Rintala's legs were underneath her torso, correct?
Yes.
Describe who you now know as Anne Marie Rintala's body. What sort of position or condition was it in?
As I said, the torso, the back torso was on Cara's legs. And what I noticed about that is that her head was supported, I believe, by her hand, but also I noticed that Anna Marie's hands were up in the air.
Was there anything underneath them supporting them?
It was not.
Okay, were they flopped back or flaccid or stiff?
No, they were just stiff in one position.
Can you estimate how much space there was vertically between Anne Marie's arms and the basement floor underneath her?
8 to 12 inches, 6, 8, 12 inches.
Was there any movement that you could tell coming from Anne Marie?
No,
Could you observe any signs of breathing?
I did not.
What about her face, if anything, do you recall in terms of coloration?
It was bluish.
And did that have any medical or first aid significance to you?
It does through our training.
Okay, and how so?
We're trained that generally that bluish in the face is from pool settling when it's in a certain position. It's called lividity.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Is that what you recognize as a sign of death?
Yes,
And so at this point, you still don't recognize her, am I right?
I don't.
Mine's blowing up.
So, seeing what you saw, did you make a decision at that point in terms of what your next step would be?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you assessing the scene now at that moment?
It turned in, my point of view, turned into a medical situation.
And did you do something at that point?
I did.
What did you do?
I went back outside and I went into Officer Polar's cruiser and grabbed his jump bag with all the medical supplies as well as the AED.
Okay. What's a jump bag?
That's the bag with all the medical supplies, including oxygen, bandages, and all the stuff that we can use on medical call.
And just curious, why did you grab his side of his cruiser did you have one as well?
I did.
And was there a reason for that?
This was closer.
Okay. I meant to ask you, how long would you say you were down at the bottom of the stairs assessing the scene before you made the decision to go up and get your medical bag?
Rather quick, 15, 20 seconds in that area.
Once you had the bag out of Officer Polar's cruiser, what did you do next?
I back into those.
Through the same door
Yes,
and down the same stairs?
yes.
At that point, when you get back down into the basement, did Officer Polar advise you as to who the white female was?
He did at that point.
And who did he tell you?
Yeah, Marie.
Now, do you recall, was there any change in the positioning of Cara Rintala with respect to Anne's body at that point when you came back down, or were they in the same position?
Appeared to be the same position.
Did you observe Cara Rintala making any motions with her hands?
I did.
Describe that for the jury, please.
What I noticed is she was upset and crying, and what I noticed was one of her hands was just rubbing the chest area and the torso area.
Was she saying anything at that point?
Yes.
What was she saying?
She said she's dead. I can't believe she's dead.
Once or more than once?
Seemed to be several times.
What was her demeanor as she was saying that?
It was sad, upset, angry at times.
Now, when you were back down in the basement the second time, did you have an opportunity to sort of take in the scene a little more and get a closer look at what was happening around the body, as far as the floor goes?
I noticed that there was wet paint on the floor. I noticed that there's some areas that look, that appear to be bloodish area.
Could be
He
what?
said wet.
Did
He didn't
the
say
blood
fresh.
also appear wet or dry?
In areas mostly dry.
Any sort of thin film or skin or coagulation on top of the paint?
I didn't see anything.
And when we're talking about the paint, still showing you what's number 6 on the monitor. Is that consistent with the location of the paint that you saw that evening?
Yes,
Okay, and that's the paint you're describing as looking wettish?
yes.
Now, once you're back down into the basement with the medical bag, and if I could just zoom in on this portion of exhibit number 6, what's this green bag in the upper left corner?
That's what I refer to as the jump bag, the bag that carries our medical supplies.
Okay, so is that where you brought the bag, left the bag that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any resuscitation efforts upon Anne Marie Rintala?
No.
Why is that?
Given what we had seen with that, Officer Polar at one point when I came back down told me that.
Objection.
Or I suggest, if I may.
May.
This is not being offered for the truth, but as to why Sergeant Smith did or didn't do something. There's a reason.
I'll allow for that reason.
Sir, you were saying when you came back down,
Officer Polar advised me that he detected no pulse. He detected when he touched the body, that the body was cold to the touch. Seeing the stiffness in all the joints and seeing the bluish in the face areas, all signs that through first responder training that we had received indicates that life supporting measures at that point would not do anything.
are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yes,
Is that, how are you familiar with that?
through training, first responder training.
And through your training, what do you understand rigor mortis to be?
Stiffness in the joints.
Following death?
Yes.
And the visual observations that you made of Anne-Marie's body while it was draped over Cara Rintala's lap, did that appear to be consistent to you with rigor mortis?
It did.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overall.
Now, at that point, given that you were not going to attempt to resuscitate Anne-Marie Rintala, what did you and your partner decide was the next step you would take?
To preserve the crime scene,
Now, what do you mean by preserve the scene?
we were going to evacuate the area and just secure the scene.
And you said a moment ago, you used the word crime scene.
Correct.
Why did you use that term?
Because there was a lot of things that seemed out of place to me,
Mhm.
a lot of things that seemed suspicious that I couldn't deem, I don't have the experience to say it's not.
Mhm.
So we treat everything as a crime scene at that point.
Until proven otherwise?
Yes.
Did you know what Anne-Marie Rintala's cause of death was at this point?
No.
So what decision did you and your Officer Polar make at that point?
We decided to have Cara leave the scene.
Did you ask her or advise her what the plan was?
Yes.
And was she able to get up herself?
Yes.
So how did she go out, get from underneath Anne's body?
Officer Bowler and myself at one point had to move the body to assist her to slide out.
Okay. Now let's break that down a little bit. You say you had to assist in moving Anne's body?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with Officer Polar, and again, using Exhibit 6 perhaps as a point of reference, describe to the jury where you recall Officer Polar being when you and he worked together to move her body.
He would have been up by the head area towards the right hand, in that area there.
Okay, and where would you have been?
I would have been down in the right, just in front of where the bag is, standing at the hip area.
Could you actually step down with the court's permission? There's a pointer leaning up in the corner there, Sergeant, excuse me, Chief, and just point out for the jury where you were at that point.
I was standing in this area here.
And where was Officer Polar?
He would be in this area up here.
Okay, thank you very much. So how did you and Officer Polar sort of work together? What did he do and what did you do to move Anne's body?
Officer Polo was up by the arm area and I was at the hip area. And then at one point, we both rotated the body onto the left side.
Okay. So for you, what motion would that have involved?
I would have been holding and pushing on the hip and thigh area.
Okay. And as you sort of lifted and pushed Anne-Marie's right hip and thigh area, describe to the jury what you felt and what you observed.
What I felt and observed is the body moved as one unit. It was very stiff and it moved all in the same pattern. There was no bend to it. There was no flex to it.
Any flex in her hip joint that you felt?
No.
Did you observe any movement or flex in her knee?
No.
Or her feet?
No.
Did you see or observe her upper half as well that Officer Polar was rotating?
Most of.
Okay. Was your attention focused more on the hip and thigh area?
Yes.
At 25.
And so were your hands on skin or were they on clothing?
Clothing.
Okay. And what part specifically of Anne's clothing do you believe your hands were on?
On the pants area.
Do you recall if you had any gloves on at that point?
Yes.
And through your gloves and through her pants, could you make any observations of the temperature of her body?
It seemed cold to the touch.
Now, as you pushed and Officer Polar pulled, how much, I don't know, degree-wise, would you say you lifted or rotated Anne's body?
I would say probably 45 degrees, just enough that the camera could slide out.
May I approach the presenter here?
You may.
And Chief, you see here in this photo, Anne's legs are somewhat in a V shape, correct?
Yes.
When you rotated and pushed Anne about 45 degrees up onto her left side, did the orientation of her legs change at all?
No.
It kept that V shape?
Yes.
Did you observe any change in the positioning of her arms or her upper body as Officer Polar rotated that part?
I did not.
As you rotated Anne's body up about 45 degrees, what did you see Cara do?
Slide out from underneath,
Okay. And scooch back or scooch forward?
scooch back.
Did you notice anything about her feet or any clothing or shoe wear she may have had on at that point?
The shoes, I remember, came off when she slid herself out.
So when she wriggled out from under the body, what, if anything, did she have left on her feet?
I believe socks.
So once she had wriggled out from under the body, what did you and Officer Polar do with Anne's body at that point?
We gently put it back on the ground.
Okay. Any change again in the orientation or the positioning of her body?
No.
Or her limbs?
No.
Now, did you instruct the defendant to do anything at that point or to not do anything at that point? Either way.
Instructed that we would go upstairs.
Okay. And did the three of you, yourself, Officer Polar, and the defendant then go upstairs?
Yes.
Did you give the defendant any instructions in terms of touching or not touching anything along the way?
We did.
What did you say?
Just asked her to keep her hands in and please don't touch anything on the way up the stairs.
Did she comply with those orders?
Absolutely.
What was the order in which the three of you went up the stairs?
I went up first, Cara was in the middle, and then Officer Cole was coming up last.
What happened when the three of you got to the top of the stairs?
They went into the kitchen area,
Where'd you go?
and then I went outside.
Okay, what was your purpose in going outside?
The purpose at that point was to make the notifications to, actually to call dispatch, they had to make notifications to the Amie's office, Massachusetts State Police CPAC unit, and as well as the chief of police. Part of our protocol.
Bug Duggar just get to 5 memberships. Thank you, Bug
What was
Duggar.
it, what was your reasoning behind calling in the reinforcements, so to speak?
We have to for unattended death.
Okay, I am. Thank you, Bug Duggar, for getting 5 memberships. Let's see, Kevin, Karen Powers, Joan Parkins, Still Me as always, and Flower 711 or 711 or 711 or 711, however you say it, 711 was gifted membership. It is not too late to email me questions for Dr. G. I'm about to portal y'all over there because he's going to be coming in, and he's fitting us into his crazy busy schedule, and I am so freaking excited about it. So we are going to portal over there now. He's going to do the Thami walkthrough because, oh my gosh, I have so many questions about that, and it's going to be crazy. But he also said that he'll talk about whatever else we want to. So if y'all have any clips or anything that you're like, hey, let's look at this and have him explain this wildness to me or whatever, send them to me and we're going to look at them. He is like, he's so awesome. I am going to pause this exactly where we are. I heard that court here ends at 4:30. If that's wrong, then what? So then we should be missing 30 minutes of it. So we'll do that before we start the regular court tomorrow. If not, if it's an hour, then it's an hour. So we'll do it. Either way, we'll watch it tomorrow. Also, they finally released the sex therapist trial stuff, and that it's only like, I think 2.5 hours. So we can do that one too. I know that we've gotten, involved in that one. But with us like skipping breaks and stuff like that and all that stuff, we can still fit that in on the times when all of the other stuff is not happening. So, all right, I am going to end this one now so that I can jump over into the other stream. Keep all arms and legs and limbs and ponytails inside the portal because I'm going to send y'all over there now. I am so excited. Dr. G is just the bee's knees. So I will see y'all over there. If you have any questions or clips that you want him to look at, send them to me. Brandi at brandychurchwell.com, and then just put in the subject line Dr. G. And Lindsay Hendricks says, regarding the questions, is there a topic range we need to stay within? It's just anything that you like, any of the stuff that we look at, any of the true crime stuff, whatever you want him to look at and be like, you know, explain crazy motions or whatever, send it to me. So I'm going to end us here, and then I will meet y'all over there in like 3 minutes. So, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. How lucky are we to have Dr. G? All right, I'll see y'all in a minute.